Hey, we're live. Great. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Monday, May 20th Board of Trustees Workshop. Tonight we have two items, US 36 Broadway project funding and the communications plan and policy. So first up is the 36 Broadway project funding. Would you like to kick us off?
Yes, I would. So evening, everybody. So this, we wanted to bring, we're looking for some direction from the board. So when we first started the Broadway project, we received funding from, Dr. Cog. We got stimulus funds and then revitalizing Main Street funds. We had a requirement of a match. The revitalizing Main Street took care of a portion of our match, and Laura took care of the shortfall of that match for us. And then beyond that, when we were estimating some of our project costs, we went to the board in 2022 and asked for some additional town budget funding to supplement the scope and the project budget. So funding came out of the, a little bit came out of general fund. We had some set aside for the landscaping for the depot. We took money from the Parks Fund, Conservation Trust Fund, and then flood reserves. So now that the project is close to wrapping up, so the, on the memo that I drafted up, right now the estimated surplus is a little over 178,000. That could go up or down if someone comes in under budget, or I don't anticipate any big surprises at all. So I think we're right on budget with our contractor. I think one thing with the construction management support that we have, there's a lot of CDOT paperwork involved with CDOT funding, and the closeout can take, for example, the Safe Routes to School took a year to close that project out. We've been very on top of all the paperwork, but it also just depends on their CDOT's timeline on their backlog of projects and stuff. So we might have to hold that contract out a little bit longer, and sometimes that's the one where they usually need a little more to do more of the paperwork side. But otherwise, I'd say we at least have 150,000 or more of savings that we could reallocate back to these different GL accounts, and we're just looking for direction from the board and what their preference would be. We should note that the depot landscaping funds have been earmarked back to that project, so about 50,000 is going back to the depot. And there was a preference from the 2022 board of what funds to replenish, and their preference at that time was flood reserve first, and conservation trust, then parks, and then general fund. Just a little back down there. So that's essentially it.
Well, kudos for coming under budget, especially by that significant of an amount. That's incredible. I mean, what a great conversation to have where we want to put money back.
Yeah. True.
Yeah. So who wants to kick us off tonight?
My memory goes back almost 2 years, so your characterization of the discussion at the time we did this was accurate. And yeah, there was a lot of discussion at that time about what to do. And I think the initial proposal was try to take the money from the streets fund, since in one sense this is a streets project, but the majority of the board was strongly against that, and reluctantly different flood reserve and conservation trust fund and other such things. And my opinion remains the same. The first thing designated to be replenished was the flood reserve, and I just have a particular hang up about dipping into set aside funds, whether it's the stormwater drainage fund that was set up as a separate fund, or the streets fund the board didn't want to do back then, or the flood reserve fund, which is really a very important insurance fund and protection against what could be substantial financial unpleasant financial surprises in the future. So I think what was indicated at the time that we pull those funds out. I'm in favor of putting it in the order suggested in 2022.
Good.
I agree with Trustee Browning. I think we've already tapped into the flood reserve for the match on the design for the banking at Summit, correct?
No.
42K?
Oh, design, I'm sorry, yes, you're correct.
Okay,
I'm
and
sorry, I
then-
was thinking something like that.
Right,
Yes.
and we, God knows what the construction is gonna cost us there, so I would support putting that surplus entirely back into the flood reserve.
Well, let's, can we, so we have a discussion
Mhm.
later in the meeting. Where we can make decisions. So I have a couple questions. The first question is, how much is in the flood reserve now? Can't see something. Hi, good evening.
Good evening. So right now we have, as the end of 2023, we have 800,000. And then because we put 150,000 in for 2023, and then in 2024, we're putting in 50,000. So we'll have 850,000 at the end of 2024. And I believe our goal is to get to 1 million. The last time we had this discussion, that was the goal. And the idea was that we would not need it necessarily, probably for a couple of years, because of the timing of when they're going to close out and the likelihood of when they're going to close out the entire disaster event. So that's just a little background about 850,000 at the end of the year. And our goal is to get to 1 million.
And, yeah, and what's the typical, I'm sorry.
If I may add one more thing, just to correct Trustee Lowell, the stream bank restoration design piece, that actually came from the general fund. It did not come from the flood reserve.
And how much do boards typically allocate for the flood fund?
Well, there's two steps when you're wrapping up FEMA projects. First, you do close out, and so they withhold 10% of each of your projects, 10% of your reimbursement until they do a closeout. So then when they go through that closeout, they can find some costs to be ineligible, and you don't get paid for those costs at that time or reimbursed. And the state is seeing about a 1% of short or ineligible costs, so it's very low compared overall. Then, years after the disaster's closed, the Office of the Inspector General, the OIG, has 3 years to come in and audit, and they will audit the state. That because they were actually the recipient of the funding and we're the sub-recipient. Then if they see any discrepancies and want money back from the state has a choice to come back and ask for clawback from the town if they see any discrepancies from the town. But I don't think there's like a general number that people, that's been like, I don't think there's been a general like sense of how much everybody usually sets aside for that. But because our closeouts are going so well with 1% or less of ineligible costs, I think the DHSC and the state feels pretty confident that we've really submitted really good packages, and the likelihood of a clawback or an audit is slim, but you never know and you want to be prepared. So, but the money, they will go after the state for the money. So then the state would have to have a dispute with us if they want to from us. So that's kind of how that works, just to give a little background, but, so yeah, I can't remember how we came up with, I have projected 1 million in shortfall. So that's why I think we were going for the 1 million. But as things are closing, they're covering some stuff that the state didn't think it would be covered, so it's just hard to know until it's shake out in the end. Unfortunately.
I recall early after the flood, when we were trying to figure this out, there was a statistic that something like 37% of what communities are given was clawed back then.
Wow.
But since then, FEMA has changed rules to say they can only close, claw back 3 years now after closure and stuff like that, where it used to be 10 years. I think things have just changed dramatically, and they're not, now we go through the state instead of directly with the municipality. I think there's lots of changes, so I do think we based it on what you had projected as your shortfall and what we thought was realistic for the town to try to set aside every year. I don't think we anticipated 15, needing to do it for 10 or 15 years, but that is what it is, so.
Well, and maybe everybody will get lucky and the gods will smile on us and we'll get clawed back for less than the interest that we're compounding on
It'd
that
be great if
money.
in a few years, we have $1 million to spend on another project or put away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Can I ask a financial question? So if we were to put the 150,000 that was allocated from the Federal Reserve back in, we'd be at the $1 million, in which case, would we have to take out any money and put it in the Federal Reserve from like, if we were to talk about the budget for next year? If we reach our $1 million target, does that mean that we could
It's up to
potentially save that 150,000 for somewhere else? So that is enticing to me. I like that idea. I like talking in surpluses.
Yes.
I don't think there was an ordinance or resolution passed about the setback. It was just the goal was to do that every year. And then there was a couple of years where we could, they chose to use it elsewhere to leverage grants, but no, it's up to you every budget season.
Didn't we start out at 200,000 a year just
Mhm.
for several years? I
We
think,
did.
and then that became hard to do.
We started investing more in streets and other things and, yeah.
Maybe I'm missing something here, but I thought I heard you say there's a low probability we'd get this clawed back, so if we,
Yeah, and the probability seems low, but we should still prepare just in case. And the state may choose not, depending on how much it is, they may not choose to do a clawback. We have received funding from other sources as well that is actually assisting. Because the state also had a cost share, so FEMA gave us 75%. And then the state had a share, they had to fund for us, and then we had a share. And we're turning out to have some surplus where we're helping the state pay their share. So I think, but it all is just so hard because in the end, you just don't really know what's gonna happen. So we're just being cautious and ensuring that we have something there just in case.
because it sounds to me we can divert those funds to some other more needing fund this year.
In 3 years' time, maybe too.
Yeah, so,
Yeah, you'll have that.
okay.
Yeah.
Well, 3 years from the time the state closes out the flood, which we're nowhere near.
Okay.
When do you anticipate?
Years,
Years.
at least 2 more years or more.
What kind of interest is that earned?
Cassie, what's interest? Oh, can't make, it has to be a
No, no, I'm sorry, I'm thinking of something else. I was thinking of the actual other flood advance. This right now is earning it's invested in our Apollo Trust with all the rest of our cash, which is earning about 5.5%.
And it doesn't mean, if you want to follow the recommendation made at the time of the board and put the 150 back in flood, and then it looks like second was conservation trust. And maybe they'll be around 25 for that or 28.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that if in the future, we have another, you can consider borrowing from it again if you needed to. It's not the ideal, but you might as well let it get 5.5 when you can.
Yeah, well, and it's sort of like, it's a sort of found money, right? So,
Yeah.
my gut reaction is to put it back where we got it from. I think that's what a loan is for.
I just want to note, the 50,000 has earmarked already to go back, so it'll be around 100-ish thousand that would go back to flood if you guys determine that, so.
Depending on what the final numbers
The
are.
50,000 for the depot landscaping, I think a board, the last board meeting or the one before, we discussed that that would go back to that project in 2000.
So you're saying the 178 includes the 50 or does not
Yeah.
include the 50?
Yeah, so you would deduct the 50 out of that, and so you've got the 8,000. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Mhm.
Oh, so, all right. I took it as I'm sorry, I thought it was 178 after the 50. I'm glad
So
we
we're left
talked
with
about that.
120, so we're left
So
with
we
128.
still have not, we would not have returned it completely
Okay.
to flood unless the final numbers are different. Oh,
Well, it's an impressive interest rate
No kidding.
for that sum of money.
You know, we return it to flood. Thinking infrastructure phases 3 and 4. We were talking, I believe, billions and billions of dollars. You know, all of a sudden, this, puts a dent in. There's,
Well, it's a good match for a
yeah,
big grant.
big storm. So,
So, yeah, anybody have any other questions or comments about this particular item?
I'd like to speak more about surpluses in the future. Can we do that? Can we put that on the agenda? Surpluses all the time.
Noted.
Actually, the last two projects came in under two, so.
Head bridge.
Oh, which were those?
The Ped Bridge and the GoCo Garage project, they both came in under budget. as well.
Nice.
Yeah,
Well, congratulations.
but it might be because I also project very conservative. When we end up with a.
Well,
that's
I'd rather
greatly
do that.
appreciated.
we like that about you. Yeah.
And I cannot tell you how many people I have said the 1% clawback to in various parts of the country where they're like, wait, what? It's, yeah. I mean, it's good news.
Yeah.
1% for us would be what? 750,000? So, yeah.
Well, it's good. It feels good to know that we're covered.
Yeah.
And that, so,
It does.
That's a good.
less sleep lost at night. Okay, well, should we move on to the communications plan?
Sure.
We,
Okay, we'll see you online.
Well, thank you, Mayor and Trustees. We have the
Thank you, Tracy.
communications plan draft in your packet, and we just wanted to talk about some of the highlights and get some feedback in terms of the board priorities. I think for staff, the four that we kind of called out were increase awareness, increase engagement, enhance our transparency, and reinforce credibility. Certainly, some of the changes as we see more and more people and residents using text messaging and social media. I do think some good examples of the transparency, the engagement and awareness certainly are the annual report, the budget input that the previous board requested for this year's budget input. And we saw some great community engagement and feedback recently at the US 36 bikeway feasibility meeting. And also when we meet with Boulder County and have our residents talking about transportation, we seem to get a lot of engagement. So we wanted to talk with you about some measurement and some of your thoughts of improvements. Certainly know we can constantly improve. And so one of the things I wanted to find out from you, for example, I think we all got a spreadsheet. And did you have questions on this communications meeting? If you wanna, how do you want to do this? Might be more helpful to kind of go back and forth.
yeah,
Well,
I think it'll be helpful to go back and forth. And I just want to say that this is an impressive piece of work. It's really comprehensive. And I do have some comments and some suggestions, but I think this is, as a whole, this is a terrific place to start. And one of the things that I really like about it is when we talk about measurements and key performance indicators, it'll be great to have this to refer back to say, did we meet the mark? If we didn't meet the mark, what do we need to tweak? Because all comms plans need to be tweaked. Like there's not one in the history, I think, of the world that was 100% right from the get-go, because humans are human. And they do human things and sometimes don't behave the way you think they will. So I just want to say kudos. This is a really solid plan and thank you
Yeah, thank you.
for doing it. Let's start and see if anybody has any questions about this. And then after that, we can talk about what you think the measurements ought to be, if you have an idea, and you can go back and forth about that.
We did hand out when we started on some key performance indicators, but we want to make sure we're on this right track before we go to all of these. So the sheet I just handed out has put in a cup. It's kind of small. We'll have to make this bigger when the time comes, but we put in some key performance indicators to see if that's what you have in mind, and if you want to set those or you want staff to set those. Because we probably all have a different idea in our minds. So, yeah, if you want to start with the policy part, was there anything we felt like we were maybe missing or off track on?
Can you talk about the survey you had mentioned in here? Because
Sure.
I like that idea in the sense of everybody wants to get communicated different ways, and we can figure out, you know, if they hit the majority of people with 2 or 3 different channels, then I think that'd be awesome.
You bet. And so we've done a couple surveys in the past. Some of the ones I remember, the health, and we had Dr. Brett leave and kind of that role in the community and reaching out to the community. We did a survey about the shooting range. And that was quite a learning experience because it got hijacked by all the gun people. Spread out. Certainly statewide or nationally or something. So learned a lot from that and takeaways. But some of the things that we certainly would like to try, and we have the tools. So we have subscriptions. One is with Polco, which works with a lot of other municipalities, and ask things like where you can start so you can keep building it so that more and more people will get used to it, is talking about, you know, some of the things that to get folks engagement in terms of parks, meetings. You know, do they read the utility bill newsletter? Do they know where it is? Do they only go to social media? Would they prefer to have text messaging? So we can easily do that. We can make them 3 to 5 question surveys. You know, everybody's so busy. Or we can also, as we develop a list, maybe try to get some stronger ones.
And then, is that a web-based poll or, yeah?
Yes.
Right, but yes, it's always, it's sponsored by, ICMA uses Polco, the Colorado and CML use Polco. Actually, if you know, actually one of our local residents is on their staff as well. And they really do focus on public sector because it is a little different than private sector when it comes to resident surveys. And yeah, they're very, very flexible with how we can design them and implement them.
Have we used them before? Have we used Polco before?
Not recently. No, we've used generally our tool that we have, which is in the Civic Plus, which is again, you know, a municipal based web provider. They do all the code updates. They, you know, have agenda centers. They have the e-blast, all the tools that we use as a municipal organization. But I'm not sure, Trustee Hamrick, are you wanting like more of a paper-based survey that would be?
No.
Okay.
No, I was just thinking if residents can then vote on which channels they like the best, and
Yeah.
I don't know how, my guess is you're looking at content once and then just remap it to different channels somehow, but I mean, you can't do everything, but
Yes, you can.
well, I mean, if we pick top 3, whatever the right number is, I don't know, but I do think, you know, finding out how people like to be reached. Because I know with social media, and I've said this before, I'm not a big social media user. And so most of the time I see things, it's after the fact or some event happened. And I thought there needs to be some, and part of it's going to be training people to go and you know, go to a certain site or go to a certain place.
Yeah, and I would agree. I think that's part of our challenge is that we don't get all the algorithm juice perhaps of some other social media
Yeah.
sites, but we're always willing to try. I know, for example, the previous board came up with the BOT recap and summary of kind of what happened. And engagement wise, it seems well received, and we talk to people and they, you know, when they're at other events, they're like, thanks so much for doing that. So any ideas or tools that you hear from residents in the community, like here, we're happy to try to test those.
Do you, on the e-blast, do you track the click-through rates?
We can, you know, we generally don't on a, like, you would if you were purely in communications, I think, for a private entity, just because then that's your sole job, but we get different things happening here, but I can always look at it, or if you ever have a question, we have the tools. Yeah.
Because I think it would be interesting to track the click-through rates on those board recaps and the emails that you just started sending out about what's coming up, just to see.
No, and I think like Trustee Browning had a great idea to put the agendas on social media, but we also need to also put them in an e-blast, because I think to your point, not everybody's on social media, and then other people don't read our e-blasts. I don't know.
Well, and the click-through rate is it's a good metric to be able to track, right? So that's a good KPI to be able to track. This type of content gets this number of clicks, this type of content gets that number of clicks, and also across platforms, right? So it's like if we do a text-based system and we have our emails too, and people get essentially the same content, like here's what the board's gonna be talking about this week. And you get a much higher click-through rate from texting, then you know, people are looking at texting more.
Right, and I wanted to be clear too, that we also have that tool, like that tool we already have to do text messaging. We don't need to buy anything extra. We don't need to spend any more money. We really, and that staff need to let our residents know. And what my suggestion or recommendation would be is to have kind of a splash screen where people can see it now on the site and add their cell numbers. And again, I think that's evolving and changing too, right? For a time there, we didn't want to give anybody our cell phone number. It was like ours and your family had it. But now you realize just we communicate so much with text and messaging. And I think sometimes, especially when we have an emergency, it feels even faster than we even know.
It is, and everybody always has their phone, and everybody always gets the buzz, and I wonder, have you thought about doing kind of a sign up campaign for text messaging, like throw QR codes up all over town?
That's a great idea to like, put them in some other posters as well. And,
Yeah.
you know, that's on here too, utilizing the post office more than we do currently. You know, because that's a frequent place and, you know, hotspot of hanging out, so we can do things on that, and we do have that, and we talked about it in staff, you know, just to make sure that everything just has little initials on the bottom to know that it's kind of.
There's that, yeah, we need to have a understanding with the postmaster of how we know, she knows that it's been authorized by someone at time.
Oh, has that been a barrier? To stuff up? Okay.
But I think hopefully we can get that resolved.
Okay.
And she's okay with removing the newspaper stamps.
Yeah. Okay.
Trustee Lowell heard that.
Okay, so just following up on the Lions link, then the monthly newsletter, does that typically go up in the post office?
No, nothing has been because,
Okay, nothing has, okay.
well, not very often. Because you have to wait in line,
Right.
get permission, she needs
Right.
to read it. They're always so busy.
Okay.
So if we can figure out, we are going to get our own key. And if my initials are on it, then hopefully we can work that out.
Now talk about holding the power.
And you're hoping to post something monthly then?
Oh, no, it's, our new KPI would be, at a minimum bi-weekly, so
Okay.
that your agendas are always up.
Great.
Your agendas would always be up, and then the newsletter would always be up. The current posters of events happening would be up.
And we
And
would
then-
want it fresher than a month.
Yeah, no,
Anything over than a month.
I want a minimum of every 2 weeks. So,
Okay, great.
but you can imagine it, that was it's a staff, it was hard to just stand there for 20 minutes, just
Sure.
to do that and then wait to read, which
Yeah.
wouldn't happen, so. We just, coming up with a new system.
But think of all those people standing in line for 20
I know.
minutes who would have time to read all that
Oh,
information.
no, we have always wanted that. Yeah, we've always wanted it.
Especially at the holidays.
And I have one
Yeah.
question.
Yeah, please.
I have another question regarding the utility customers and the signing up for e-bus. Do you have the current measurement now of how many utility customers are signed up for that?
For e-blast,
To cross-reference them, I don't.
I'm just wondering, like a generic percentage, like is it, are 80% of our utility customers signed up? Or, I mean, how many are we missing? Are we missing a whole bunch?
To get our you need our e-blast separate than the utility newsletter that we.
Well, it's that box you have to check when you're signing up as utility customer, so you can get communication from the town.
yes.
I think that includes.
We can
the
tell you,
e-blast, right?
we handed out to 100% of all new
Yeah,
customers.
yeah.
One of the new metrics would be that when they sign up for utilities, they automatically sign up right then.
Right,
Would be the new thing. We would try to get 80% of the people to do that.
Yeah.
You know, it's actually, there seems to be a gap between renters and owners.
okay.
But once people learn about it, then, they want to get it. But it's one of those things about keeping it on your to-do list to go home and you sign up for it and people are busy. But I think some of these are going to require a baseline,
Right.
that we need to measure because we're kind of just guessing what that number might look like. This is like right now, new utility customers, summer months, it's about 4 a month. But winter might be 1 or 2 a month. So, new utility customers aren't reaching that many. We need to get a big campaign out there for current residents.
And it's a separate list of the utility billing customers that goes to only, people who have an account. They either get it via snail mail or digitally, depending on their payment and notification methods. Then we also have our email, what I call it our e-blast list. That has about 1,500 names, give or take.
Outside the town limits.
Yeah. And so there's crossover there where you also are a utility customer, but then there's other people maybe who aren't and some who maybe don't live in town anymore. I think it's actually a great way for us to reach folks in unincorporated Boulder County, even up to Larimer County, because, Lyons is their base, but they don't get a utility bill. So that's one way to reach those folks as well about some of the events we have, whether it's something like Lions Fire, which is in both districts. So we can do that.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, just quick, emergency, do we have an emergency contact system? I should know the answer.
We do, it's Everbridge.
Okay,
It's a,
That's run by
Boulder
the
County.
county, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but that's a good
It's
point,
just-
because Larimer has a different system. They're just
Yeah, we
no
want,
alert.
and sometimes we want both.
Yeah.
and Boulder has their own.
The city of Boulder has their own.
Okay, so this is a county-wide.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay,
And so same thing, I agree, we constantly need to, and I put that in here, make sure we're reminding our residents to sign up for these so that they at least will get them. And, but we don't send those Everbridge alerts out, that comes from the county. And they do mapping of quadrants and areas and addresses with their whole GIS system. But we still feel like, Victoria and I talked about, that's one of the metrics in here too. We have a town power outage. Boulder County isn't at the time, I think, gonna send an Everbridge on that, but we as staff should let people know immediately. And we're really trying to get folks to know that they can, contact the staff right away. I mean, once the phone starts ringing, we start figuring out right away, like, where is it?
The
Because,
area.
certain neighborhoods call, or if it's bigger than that, we start seeing it's in different places.
so do you have access to Everbridge, or do you have to go to the county to get them to?
No, that's a county.
That's a.
Yeah, we have nothing to do.
So
with
that's why we need people to sign up for e-blast and hopefully the new text system. Because what we've put on
Gotcha.
here is that within 15 minutes of becoming aware, we'll put out just a basic notification that the town is aware of this situation. And then we said if it's a townwide emergency, within 30 minutes of getting data from the fire or sheriff or whomever, we would put up a formal, actual kind of data-based one.
That's great. Mark, did you?
Yeah, I found the numbers in there interesting that on the town Facebook page, it has only 200 followers and if you take out town people that are signed up, that's not very many general citizens. But you got 1,500 subscribers on the town email list, which in a town of 2,200 roughly population, you just take away the kids, that's a lot. That's almost everybody. seems like. How many people sign up for getting copies of our packets? You know?
Oh, that's a great question.
That's a great question.
We can look that up. I don't know, but, we can definitely find
I
out.
didn't have no way how many read them, I'm sure that's a much lower figure, but. I just wondered how many get them.
Wasn't that like 40 or
Basically the 1,300 pages and just.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can definitely find out.
Yeah.
You think it's 40 or 50?
It used to be that.
Really?
I wonder if those 40 or 50 people are still with us. So.
That's what we're saying now that this is kind of, we got the ball rolling here. We need to do some baseline information. But we wanted to have a conversation, make sure we're on the right track. This is kind of,
So when we ran into the problem with Lower Stone Canyon being given a pre-evacuation warning with, I think it was a Blue Mountain fire a couple of winters ago, was that a Larimer County? Because it ended up, it was supposed to have been issued for further up the canyon, not the Lions portion of the canyon. Who would have been delivering that to us?
That would have been Boulder County or that, because that's Boulder County, isn't it?
I mean, yeah, we got it, but it apparently was not supposed to have been for anybody on Stone Canyon.
Sure, so any, I want to call them disasters,
Yeah,
that comes out of the county
Okay.
system. So whether it's Larimer County using NOCO alerts or Boulder County using
so that would have
Everbridge.
been Boulder County's mistake in not recognizing that it was a Larimer County only issue.
Yeah, and again, I think like they're constantly trying to improve that too, just
Right.
with, you have all the tracking you could do on cell phones and addresses and quadrants and those pieces.
Well, after Marshall, they really,
They don't.
Yeah,
they really had to get.
but also, trustee Browning, I think to your point too, is we have 200 currently following the town of Lyons, but, we've only probably in the last 8 months, and I think it was at the recommendation of the mayor, said, let's post on the town of Lyons, Colorado. Then we can share it on the happenings, but if you want to comment and ask questions, you have to be on the town, because we could, not every day, but depending on the item, like answering questions back and forth on social media.
And I think, it's a process, right? It's an evolution to get people used to following the Town of Lyons Facebook page for factual information. And then using the other Lyons Facebook pages for other discussions. But I'm glad you brought that up, because there's 2 Lyons Facebook pages, right? There's like a tourism, Town of Lyons
Correct.
tourism page. And then the page that you're talking about, which is currently set up as a person.
I know, we have to fix that.
Yeah.
That.
So, because then if you set it up as not a person, as an entity, then people can follow it. They don't have to be friends with it, but they can just follow it and
They can
it's
like
just
it.
easier. Yeah.
I think that the town Facebook page is always gonna be somewhat limited in terms of the following you're gonna get, because we don't allow and shouldn't allow unlimited commenting, because you get in problems when you cut them off, or they get bombed with some group out there or there. So that's a big attraction for a lot of people to follow me on Facebook, to see all the comments and the content, all that stuff. You can't really make that work from the town Facebook page unless you just allow unlimited commenting.
And then that's a whole other full-time job
That's
that nobody wants.
Yeah, so, so I think posting on things like Lines Happening is an addition, posting is a good thing.
Thanks.
Paul?
And speaking of full-time job nobody wants, there's a lot of additional communication that's gonna be taking place here. You guys are staffed for that?
Well, Kim and I have talked and, not including more staffing, Kim would have to be doing this the majority of her work hours. And probably, and then we need to have backup, because, there are times Kim goes to a conference or there's a vacation and I still have to have that 24/7.
Yeah.
So we're trying to talk with Kristen Bronner a little bit. She has a communications background and she's part-time for us. But it's very easy. She could just get sucked into that many, many hours. So We're kind of fine tuning that internally, but Kim has expressed she wants to be the lead on this. And knows that it will be more than 20 hours of her week just doing this. And, may have to give up some of the events or Kim has like 4 boards and commissions she's liaison to. Which is a lot of nights and a lot of weekends.
So
So,
like, you know, this past weekend, we had the diversion day event out at Public Works. And like, for me, that's totally my jam. I love it. I love seeing everybody.
it's refreshing for you.
They're people are psyched and happy and appreciative, and I'm kind of like, what did you find out? Which communication tool? So, those type of events, I think, are just another, like, for me, you know, in community relations, it's just another way to build community, right? In terms of the importance of our little impact that we make here every day. So,
You know, it's the old advertising, as you take 6 to stick. I love this. I think it's finally where I feel like I wish we had been for a good long while. And it was a level of communication. Not many municipalities are doing that level of communication. I just think we put a lot on the back of our current employees, and this, I mean, I used to work in this field too. That's a lot of work you're getting yourself there.
well, thanks. I mean, Trustee Lowell helps with the annual report. And I think that's like another example of just transparency, right? It's there. Here's all the things that folks are working on. And I think, Mayor Rogan and Trustee Daddy as liaisons to the LEHC, I will say that the staff we have now and that, is helping has freed up a lot of, I was spending a lot of time with arts for last year, just with some other things we had going on.
Yeah.
Internally, so that's really been helpful.
Oh, good, good. You know, and hopefully you get into a cadence with it and, you know, it's just, you know, one piece of content and you go whoop, across everything. I know it's never that simple.
Yeah, it's figuring out how to do it, you know, after hours and weekends and
Sure.
who's, you know, Kim is a salaried employee, so she does that. I mean, she's always there when I call her, but there will be times when she will not be available and Kristen is an hourly employee and it will be different. And we've also talked about some of Dolores's admin staff. Is there someone there that could learn this as a backup? But it is, you have to just kind of know the town, you know, and none of our people live in town because they can't afford to. But, so it's gonna be challenging. I'm sure we'll have a few gaps here and there, but you know, Dolores is willing to learn how to do the backside of the website. Maria and Liz can learn that.
We have another training session with Civic Plus that we
Yeah.
signed up for. Trustee Ryan had a question too.
It is, you know, we do need to remember that we are not a corporation that has a full department for communications. So, you know, I think,
What's,
it's gonna be, it's a good goal.
how about Glenn hasn't had a chance
So-
yet, so.
If somebody doesn't get a utility bill, how do they sign up for Everbridge and eBlasts?
They can just go to our website and there's just a place that says notify me. Everbridge is through the county and a few times a year we send out a notice.
I think like, that's one of my goals too, is to put that type of information in social media more. And we do try to do that, you know, remind people to sign up for the calendar if you want to sign up for agendas. But you're right. And then I think in here too, that's an idea, is tabling at the summer concerts.
It's great.
It's about
One of you to take a turn.
staff can do it and we can bring the things for folks to sign up because we get great engagement. That was another tool I forgot, but at our summer concerts, you know, when people want to come and talk to us, especially during the intermissions, and it feels more, yeah, and just, you know, real honest conversation of like, hey, here's why you want to sign up for them. And we can do those type of things by tabling at events.
Yeah, I had one kind of general question and one specific suggestion that just occurred to me the other day. The general question is the search function on the town's website. I mean, I got used to doing LexisNexis research for a long time. And we all use, most of us use Google all the time. the search function on the town website is not top notch.
Not robust, not
Does that
Google.
just comes with a package that we do with the company that does the website or what?
Yeah, happy to take some of your ideas or frustrations so we can see if there's ways they can either help us or give us ideas of how to make your search better. You know how Google
Yeah.
does that? You tell you how to
Mm-hmm.
do search better.
Yeah.
It's, I don't know. I've used it for years and get frustrated with it. The problem I have is it often brings up too much stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
You bring up
Not relevant.
one word that occurs in the municipal code, you'll get 50 hits on it.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know, I think it needs a better customized search feature. It's easy to do, I don't know. That's
Yeah,
just an
happy to
observation.
ask.
It's, it's not something that's user friendly in my experience. And my specific suggestion is on the website now, when you go to Board of Trustees, it's got a link there to email the Board of Trustees, but that link is like 11 paragraphs down and kind of buried in a paragraph. Would it be possible right up at the top under Board of Trustees to say in color or and
Like with a button.
linked,
Mhm.
email the Board of Trustees, so that's the first thing someone sees instead of having to scroll down and find
Exactly.
out anything. Just leave it up on the page and highlight it.
It's a great suggestion.
Mhm.
Yeah, and I passed something on to the mayor and Kim today. Some other communities were talking about this, is how do we educate our public about emailing the board? And, a couple of them are going to a button and it puts all of you in at once. So you all get the same thing at the same time instead of this pick and choose, or they spell somebody's name wrong or
I think that one
whatever.
does it. It's just.
Very.
It does.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it is varied. So.
But to educate
It's been
people,
what you have.
you know, when to do that and, you know, how that works
Yeah.
better.
Oh, I think that's great. So, I think, we're talking about this, what seems like an avalanche of work. And one thing you might consider doing is, kind of, this is gonna be an iterative process, right? So kind of like as you go along, as staff goes along, finding what the priorities are and focusing on them. And so, if you find, for example, that one method of communication just isn't getting the engagement, like, well, why keep doing it when something else is getting more? You know what I mean? So I mean, this is such an impressively long list. And I think what I'm just trying to say is I don't think it has to be everything all the time, and can be modified based on what you learn.
We do most of this now.
I know you do.
We do.
So yeah, I'd love to highlight the
Just
new things, like,
formalizing it.
so what I see as being new are the quarterly town hall meetings.
Mhm.
That's new.
Yeah.
And also the Sandstown concert series, which I love that idea because it is a really informal, like Kim, you were saying how you like the touch, touching, like the touching the base, like connecting with the base.
Like in person, yeah.
In person, think of it like that's an event that happens like weekly for 12 times, 12 weeks. I think that's a fantastic idea because it is just really informal.
And
This all
our
feels very
feedback
formal.
from our consultants who use that, like during the comp plan, during the housing study, during the wayfinding, they were amazed at the number of people
Yeah.
that use that as a touch point.
It's true.
And so that if nothing else, they gave them the card with the QR
Yeah.
on it.
Yeah.
But if it was a staff and the trustee or two trustees sitting there with the town of Lyons, little skirt on a table, it'd be really.
Could we sign people up? Would there be a way for us to sign them up then and there for an e-blast or for the newsletter? Could we do that?
Yes, that's another.
And for the Boulder County notification,
We
I
could
mean,
just take it.
we should have a sign up sheet. So the first
codes.
the
And a
first
laptop,
month is June
because
12th, right?
Yeah.
We need to start a sign up sheet soon.
Yeah.
We can all take turns. Greg, did you have something?
Yeah, I just have a couple of questions. They're both kind of related. Does the town ever issue press releases to the media?
All the time.
About how many a year do you estimate?
That's a great question. I would say,
See if our numbers match.
I want to say 8 to 10.
Oh, I was gonna say 6 to 8.
Okay.
All good news, right?
Always.
Oh, yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
And is there a point of contact between, except for Victoria, is there any other point of contacts listed on that press release?
Yeah, the PIO is the mayor can speak on behalf of the town and I can speak on behalf of the town.
And I send it out generally.
She sends it to us to get permission.
Okay, do you ever use any of your directors to respond to the press releases? Like if it's a park related thing, would you ever put Cosgrove on the spot to answer the question?
We've used, like a pull quote or something from like a director, like in terms of,
Sure.
you know, something from Dave that generally we help craft, you know, that says Parks and Public Works Director Dave Cosgrove suggests that visitors to Lions, when they, you know, that type of thing, but we
Or for
don't,
more information.
right?
But have the directors been schooled in any PR? Do they know how to properly handle the media when they come?
They are not to. They're instructed not to, only the mayor and I.
Okay, so that's the
They know
point.
that.
You guys are the point of contact. So.
Yeah.
The other thing, and it's kind of related to that, it's under emergency communication in here. It says remind staff and others that the mayor and town administrator of the town's public
Yeah, yeah.
information
Uh-huh.
officers.
Uh-huh.
So I'm just wondering if that is also sent out to all the employees. Here's an example. So Joe Litzkarsik is over there on the ball fields and he's spraying organic weed killer.
Uh-huh.
But somebody gets a bug in their ear that, oh, they're town spraying Roundup, and we've been down this road before. And they call the press. So the press shows up, they go to the park and there's Joe. Does Joe know that he's not supposed to say anything, that he's supposed to defer to you?
He does.
Okay,
All of our staff go through an orientation and that is one of the things we cover with them. And then we have monthly all staff meetings
Okay.
where we talk about that as well. And then, of course, they have department meetings regularly too. So they should all know that. If someone is breaching that, I want to know, of course, but
well, you'll know when it shows up
Yeah.
in the Times call.
but no, all staff should know that.
Yeah,
And I feel like a lot of times the media reaches out, maybe if my name's on there, that, you know, we have this working relationship. And I 99.9% of the time say, let me get you somebody to talk to,
Sure.
and that is the mayor and or Victoria. And then every so often, it, you know, there's some times where I can just say to them something about like the Old Man Winter event and what it brings to the town and the history, that type of thing.
do we have a relation with any of the local media? Like the beat reporter?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like the
Times Call and Daily Camera, for example.
they call regularly and
Yeah.
say, here's what this is going on, yeah. Or,
I have no doubt you do, I
Is
just wonder why they
we-
never covered the election. Did you?
I don't know why they never covered the election. I actually had a conversation with a reporter about that. They literally did not know we were having one.
Mm.
An election?
Yeah, they didn't.
There was no
they-
only statutory town probably in
Yeah,
there.
so statutory time's gonna
I
fly
didn't
under
know
the
we had
radar,
one.
but if you would like me to talk to her about doing an article and,
I don't
you
need my
know.
name. Okay. No, I was just curious if that had ever, cropped
Yeah.
up.
So we didn't set the date for the quarterly,
Town hall,
meetings.
we have tentatively scheduled them based on what the mayor recommended. And we got the rooms reserved for the whole 2 years.
And
Or the first, at least the first.
those dates are,
Maybe. you can
Yes,
send
I'll,
them out.
yeah,
definitely send them out, and I feel like we did evenings, a June, a December, no, sorry, September, January, a Tuesday or a Wednesday, because some of the feedback we get is, you know, if somebody works on Tuesday and we do everything on Tuesday, they never get to come, so we were trying to switch that up,
altered
but I
them.
have that, and I mean, it's a pretty good placeholder.
Is this
because we
now?
have the library, we can,
Yeah.
as part of our MOU with the library, and so I will happily send that out to everybody.
And sorry, go ahead.
but I've got about a 6-month window, generally speaking, where like I've got corporations and
Sure.
cities talking to me now about 6 months from now, and I have flexibility now. 3 months from now, I don't have flexibility.
I think after tonight's discussion and direction you give us, we'll formalize some of this and
That'd be great.
make sure we get all that out there, but we went ahead and scheduled for all 2 years, and we also did that with like
Great.
board and commission training and chairs, we just haven't done anything till we talk tonight and give our
You know
direction.
when the first one is?
The first one.
That was the last week of June.
We decided the last week is the only week of the month. There's no other board and commission meetings.
Right,
That's why we chose it, if anybody asks.
okay.
Just depending, if you're looking at your June calendar,
Yeah.
I want to say Tuesday's the 25th.
25th,
I
yeah,
have
that
it on
it?
here.
25th, yes.
So, and we talked a little bit,
We do 25th at 6:30 is what we're tentatively.
we talked a little bit about how to structure that, and I can't remember whether that was a full board conversation or not, so this might be, I guess we can talk about it now. But I recall batting the idea back and forth about having the town hall be the first part, like a 15-20 minute presentation about something going
Current
on,
issues, yeah.
some current issue, and then the latter half being the actual town hall part where people can ask questions and staff will be there, we'll be there. We can have that a more informal conversation.
That's what I recall too.
Okay, good.
So you guys, I don't know how you want to decide who sets that, you know, is that just gonna be as part of like how we set the agenda every week? Or do you want us to bring forward in a staff admin report the topics we see coming up?
Yeah,
You want us
a
to
couple ideas and.
address like backwards or only forward?
I think forward.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we use the other, I'm sorry,
Okay.
I think we use the other informational methods to. This has been done, this has been done, this has been done. And look forward, facing there, just because it works better for them, the Q and A that comes after that, questions.
Okay.
Yeah.
And maybe we have a sign up there that night too. So whoever's attending can also just do it right then and there. Have a computer there.
Yeah. I think that's a good one.
Suggestion on that, a week or so before it happens, when you're gonna send that in, give a way for members of the public to ask topics they'd like the board to address at the town meeting in advance.
Oh, that's a great idea
Board
too.
might be-
Yeah. That's a great idea.
Ask.
That gives staff and us a chance to prepare for sure. That's great. I want to go back to the survey for a second.
Sure.
So. 3-question surveys are really popular because they're fast.
Yeah.
Right, people can get them done. Have you thought about any sort of like, give to get, like. Answer a survey and get a free parking pass or a free dog registration?
Or one of our nice cups.
Or one of our nice
Right,
cups.
sure, yes.
But that might encourage people, and maybe there's special swag you can think of to.
Very special.
I know it.
Design picture of the mayor.
The mayor will sing you happy birthday.
There you go.
Cup of coffee on Monday, but,
Yeah.
We'll do the greeting on your answering machine.
Oh,
No one uses it.
No, but they do that on wait, don't tell me.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, I love this because this is really helpful in terms of your ideas and the fact that, get ideas because you all have great ideas. You interact with our community as well. So it's really helpful.
I'd like to follow up on something that was brought up earlier. Victoria, you mentioned a discrepancy between renters and homeowners when it came to utility bills. Is it because typically the utility account would be in the homeowner's name? Is that what you're?
well, it can be, it's both, because in some cases, the utilities are paid just only by the owner,
Mhm.
and then the renter never even sees that. But the rent, if the renter's paying, we always send the bill to the renter and the homeowner, so that, because they're responsible for that bill in the end if the renter doesn't pay it.
I see.
So if the renter's paying utilities, they'll get it, but if they're not and the owner is, they're not.
Right. Do you think that's a minimal number of people?
No, because I think we have a lot of renters tucked away in just a room or a basement and they're never seeing it.
Okay.
So I think there's a whole group of people out there that don't know about it.
Right.
Um,
And hopefully we get them at the concert series, or we get them at the town hall meetings, or we get them some other way.
Well, and I also think too, if we keep communicating accurate, great information, that's compelling and interesting, then you tell your friends. And then
Yeah.
say, oh, how'd you find that out? Oh, well, the town sends me that, or it was on the town's Facebook post, and then folks will hopefully sign up.
Yeah.
As well.
It's kind of finding that fine line of how many texts and emails are
Right.
too many.
Right.
You know, we always thought, our e-blasts are always so, there's so much information in them. But for some people, that's too much. You know, 6 items is too much. But a text the night of, don't forget concert tonight at 6:30, you will grab some people and say, oh, shoot, I would have forgotten to.
Yeah.
You know, so this is gonna be some of this will be, just kind of hit and miss while we figure out what works.
Yeah.
Hopefully the post office posting will help some people just be aware of what's on the agenda, start
Even-
some discussion.
Even for the election, in fact, I think it would have been really helpful for a lot of people to have a text reminder
Mm.
the night before. Don't forget to get your ballot in tomorrow,
Yeah.
5 or 7 o'clock, whatever it was, but.
But that's gonna be something people opt into. We're not gonna.
No, yeah.
It'll be in,
No.
correct,
Some
opt
of
in,
those
yeah, you
people-
opt out.
And it will be very easy to opt out.
Good.
Yeah.
I guess we should talk about that. Do we want it to be opt-in and you have to opt out? Or do you want it to be the opposite, you have to opt in?
I think we want it opt-in.
Yeah,
See, I kind of feel the other way. I'd like them to,
Yeah, I'm with you.
I'm signed up when you get your utilities and we get your phone number, you can opt out if you want. But then you can't really say that you weren't,
Right,
you didn't know.
sure. Yeah,
I would say often.
it's pretty easy. You just have to text stop, right? And it stops. Yeah.
Opt out.
Okay, we can change my mind, but
Just.
if they're really honored,
Until
you
you
get all
stop.
political campaigns, you get stopped, and they just.
It's,
Oh, really?
it's usually just a stop, yeah, but, well, if we could do it, an easy version of it, how about that?
yeah.
If it's a simple stop,
Yeah. Well, you'll start seeing the splash screen and you'll start getting it, like, hey.
That is true. If it doesn't stop Mark's right, that will really miss people.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's right.
Yeah, be careful.
So-
Yeah.
I would not give 6 10 to every doctor.
Yeah.
I'd like to just get a little guidance or talk a little bit about, someone that trustee Delman just said, when he said, how do people who don't get utility bills get all this information? So I just want to confirm that we're on the same page, that our first and priority audience is our residents,
sure,
Yes.
sure.
right? Secondary are people outside of the town.
Mhm.
Like, it's not our responsibility to make sure someone in Pinewood gets
No.
signed up for Everbridge. I mean,
Right,
Correct.
I mean, we should always help. I have no doubt about that, but I just want to make sure, because everyone who's a resident should get a utility bill,
right.
Well, like, my
other than like a renter.
wife pays ours, so
Yes.
she would get that and I don't.
You know, I've heard that from a lot of people.
Mm,
Whoever is the bill payer gets that utility bill and they don't necessarily share that.
Well, can we make sure we have 2 email addresses for each utility account? Can we not
As
have
a
2?
backup,
It's not a problem to have two, but
Because
I
there
have
could
a
be-
very similar situation where I live.
she never sees it.
Because there could be primary
He
and
never sees
secondary,
it.
right? And you could add an email.
My husband
But now
doesn't see
even
it
getting the
ever.
bill, how many people look at the bill? It's auto pay and that's it. I wouldn't
Sometimes.
We still
think
get
the
it. in there.
utility bill.
Wow, really?
Which we're trying to discourage.
Really?
Either uncle.
It's terrible for the environment.
You know what else?
So see, there's a big gap. So we have half the people saying my spouse never sees it. And then others who get it a hard copy might get it,
Leave it on.
but then we're trying to encourage people to sign up for paperless. So it's kind of a yay. Suggestions?
Text.
Text.
Yeah.
Everybody has their own text number.
The whole link?
Yeah, you could.
Yeah, you can text a link. Here's.
You don't want
They
the
won't open it. People
Trustee
won't
Brown,
open
he says no more text.
it. So that's why I've been trying to always make sure the latest newsletter is seated out here. So if someone's sitting in the audience waiting for their agenda item, it gives them something to read. They can sign up. I always make sure those are posted out front, outside. You just never, if we can catch just, a person every day. But you're right. I think only half of the households are seeing the news, half of the people in the, I'll just say that, one adult in the household.
That's
is
really
seeing it.
unfortunate because these are really nice.
They are nice.
Yeah.
Everybody in town, every resident, so that should be our goal. Every resident should be able to see this.
Well, and I do think
Right.
there are that, you know, the full house sees them. You know, some people put the summer concerts maybe on the fridge. People have things on the fridge after them.
You know, when I go to a commission meeting, I literally put it on the center of the table
I do, too. I
during the
take it
meeting,
over.
just in case somebody didn't see it. I just make sure it's out there.
It's like chainsaws. But, you know. Quick question on the annual report. I
Yeah.
don't mind doing it, but I feel at some point, maybe we ought to transition over to staff.
Sure.
Yeah.
I think that makes sense, and I feel like we're also knowledgeable about the process,
Sure.
you know, that we would probably be comfortable for the most part, and you have a lot of the template done.
Yeah, so
There's
I
your
don't mind doing it for the next two, well, this year coming up, but then the next year, maybe we work on the transition.
Well, but since
Whatever
we,
whatever your pleasure.
I think since we pay you now, it would be cleaner not to be paying a trustee.
Yeah.
Well, I don't expect to be paid when I'm serving.
Oh, okay.
I didn't, the first two times that I did it, I was a trustee.
I don't know, what do you want? You want to try this year?
Yeah, we can,
Or
Tag team
join,
and-
join this year and then
Yeah.
try to do it next year?
Sure. You can sit down.
you can arm wrestle for the folks that are late.
Well, we put a February 28th deadline.
The other thing that I wanted to bring up, was Victoria, an idea that you had that I think is a really good idea, which is town administrator column in the Redstone. I think, I mean, if you would be willing to do that, I think that would be a great thing.
We were talking about that, and since we have so many staff, we have, Kristen writes an article. You write an article, Kim writes an article, and then if I do, maybe it shouldn't just be all of us every month. Maybe we should rotate it and give folks a break
Yeah.
and a different perspective.
Yeah.
I'd be down with that, and I would also be more than willing to cede my mayor's corner to a trustee to make it a trustee's corner whenever anybody would like to do that.
So we were thinking that's something we could even put on a schedule for the year as well. So that no one, because that month comes so quick.
Tell me about it.
And so maybe we rotate it so that there's not 6 articles from the town of one.
With all due respect to the mayor's time constraints, I think the mayor month is pretty important. I think you
it's
could divide it, you could have one other that is divided 12 ways, but I think that people want to hear from the mayor. I mean, like, that's definitive. That is, you know, you're always getting a perspective there that is holistic and definitive.
What if it was called something just a little different, like trustees topics, because the mayor's still a trustee? And you guys could. I mean, you know, so
Mayor Pro Tem's corner.
I just know that everyone that.
Do you get to choose the topic?
Fast.
I mean, I think having a second one that rotates
Oh, okay.
is great.
But you want mayor and then
Right.
another that
And the
rotates.
second would be one that rotates.
And I think that's a solid idea, and I think that, the editor would like that because I think she's always appreciative of content
Yeah,
that comes her way.
So maybe for our initial anyway, while we try to figure all this, you know, get all this into a system. So a mayor's corner still, and then one other town representative article. And if any of you ever want it, you can certainly, you know, talk, but then it would either be Kim doing an economic development. See, that's one of those things that Kim will have to, we may have to readjust if she's spending all her time doing communications. Kim has a very wide, she does special events, economic development, sustainability, communications.
That's
Sustainability. But so we'll have to, you know, as we fine tune this, but we can get on a schedule to rotate another town column. You know, I think it'd be nice in the spring if Dave did one to prep
Yeah.
people for the parks and dogs and what to expect for mowing and all that stuff. So
That would be
maybe
great.
Kim, you and I work
on
on,
a schedule.
let's work on a schedule. Okay. Cause I'm with you. I think it'd be nice to regularly have some pictures of staff and, you know, what they're up to. I mean, I know some of you, like trustee daddy, you love the admin report where you find out all the little details going on, or, you know, you like that one. So we should change it up so people kind of have that.
Well, and I think it's another, item too, like to trustee Lowell, I think that was your question, like who reads it? So that's similar to my question, right?
Yeah.
Not pro or con either way, but when you go to the post office, you see a copious amount of them just in the pile by the door. That pile right
Oh,
there.
the
by
what, the
middle
newsletter?
No, the
Newspaper.
the newspaper,
It
the,
goes up to 3,000 people.
yeah,
Yeah.
It's
It
the,
shows up in their mailboxes, so I mean, there's.
it's the town and.
Well, outside of
I'd like
We're
to
lucky
think
to have
people
it.
read it.
I do too.
I think we're lucky to have it.
Yeah, oh,
Oh,
I
I
agree,
really do.
100%. And we advertise in it as well, like we
Yeah.
try to put, you know, whether it's shopping and supporting local or our different events, you know.
Are the camps in there, the summer camps? Did they get advertised in the June edition of the Redstone Review?
I don't remember seeing some.
I don't think June's come out yet.
Just because I remember hearing, or maybe it was at the Housing and Human Services Commission, Lisa might have said something about low registration. And so I'm just thinking we need to broadcast the camps more.
Mhm.
And I'm just thinking the Redstone Review would be a really great place, because
Well,
then it's reaching
usually-
3,000 people.
Usually Susan's watching,
Yeah.
so she may be,
Yeah,
Well, and we met about that too,
I wouldn't be surprised.
the other day about tweaking the website, because it's very text heavy with the rec programs and doing some modifications, so that's
Yeah.
why this list.
trying to use more pictures and more,
Color,
less
bigger
words.
font.
less words.
So the last thing I want to bring up is, how do you feel about kind of, timing for reporting out as to just how this is going? Doesn't have to be like a formal, you know, but I think it'll be interesting to just track over time how it's going and what kind of tweaks you're making and adjustments to any KPIs or what's working great that surprised you. I mean, that's what I'm
Sure.
interested in. You like monthly, every other month?
Yeah, I think probably, you know, we're at what, late May now. In summer, sometimes hit and miss, people on vacation, so maybe August timeframe, we kind of see how the last 3 months are going. You will have had a quarterly town hall, will you have a rotation with the articles, and
Gives you time to get a tech system up and running.
yeah, you know, event tabling at some of the summer concerts, so we kind of set up late August to have another. And then same thing, feedback from all of you in terms of what are you hearing? Are we doing better?
Yeah.
You know, in terms of sharing information.
And I think the sooner we sign up for the Sandstone concert series, the better, because some people are booking out like 6 months, and so I don't even know if Paul is here this summer. I know I couldn't do the 12th, but I could
I
do
would like to,
the 19th,
yeah, I'm with you on that.
right?
If I have that this week.
If
that'd
we
be
can,
better for
if
me.
the sooner the better.
Sure, and I'm pretty sure we heard that you, and I agree 100% using the calendaring, you know, not an email, but sending it as a calendar. Where
Invite.
remember we had like
Calendar
during the
invite.
flood, the calendar piece with the town outlook piece. Okay.
Yeah.
What was that?
I'm still figuring that out and
The calendar?
RSVP thing, you know.
Yeah, I moved everything to a paper calendar.
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah, it's still pretty glitchy. That's people who I stand up will tell you. Well, I think that's great, Kim.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Anything else, so we can take a break before the meeting? All right, we'll take a little break. Okay.
I'll turn it to. Oh, Brandon has something.
Oh, sorry, Brandon.
Oh, no worries. Just a quick housekeeping thing. The camera is kind of glitching out.
I've noticed, I'm not sure, I'm gonna mess with it
Yeah.
now, I don't know what's going on, sir.
It's a little hard to
So-
watch right now. I think maybe just turn it off and turn it back on might be a good idea. But it's like really hard to kind of watch online because it's
That's how the
flashing.
game was from last night.
Okay, will do,
I think
I'll
it's
try it now.
solar.
Thank you.
Solar.
Thank you.
Sure.
I tried to find out.
We're live there.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Just left it.
All right, everybody. Evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Hello. So nice to see people in the audience. I will call the May 20th Town of Lyons Board of Trustees meeting to order. Can we have the roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor Rogan,
Present?
Mayor Pro Tem Williams,
Present.
Trustee Hamrick,
President,
Trustee Dottie,
Present.
Trustee Lowell,
Present.
Trustee Browning,
Present.
and Trustee Delman.
Present.
Great, full house. Please rise for the pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much, everybody. I'll read our land acknowledgement, then we'll take a reflective moment of silence. We must acknowledge with respect as non-native people that the land on which we stand, live, and learn is the traditional territory of the Ute, Cheyenne, and Arapaho peoples. We also recognize the 48 contemporary tribal nations that are historically tied to the lands that make up the state of Colorado. Thank you, everyone. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Anybody like to change anything on the agenda tonight? I would like to propose that general business item 2, which is 12.2, discussion direction on IGA task force applications / appointments. I sent a note out to everyone who applied to the task force, letting folks know that there was a glitch, and although all of the attachments were uploaded to the applications, the board did not receive attachments such as resumes or statements of work. So because we didn't receive those, I don't feel like we can make a decision tonight about who to appoint. So what I would like to do instead is discuss the process for making the appointments at the suggestion of Trustee Browning. And then set a special meeting date to actually do the appointments in the very near future. I don't want to delay this process, but I also want to make sure that we're operating with full information. Do I need Attorney Dittman, do I need a second on that?
I'll second it.
Okay,
To amend the agenda, you need a second, yes.
okay, great. Any other discussion? Okay, we'll vote on the agenda as amended.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate that. And now it is my great pleasure to read the mayoral proclamation for LGBTQ+ Pride Month. Whereas Town Board of Trustees and staff have committed to make Lyons an inclusive and welcoming community for all, including the LGBTQ+ community. And whereas the United States Supreme Court ruled in June 2015 that same-sex couples can marry nationwide, establishing a new civil right in our country. And whereas former President Barack Obama designated the first national monument to LGBTQ+ rights in June 2016, honoring the LGBTQ+ community's long-term presence and struggle for equality across our nation. And whereas all members of the Lyons community, including those who are lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, non-binary, gender expansive, queer or questioning, intersex, and asexual, have the right to feel safe, not be discriminated against, and to live without the threat of harassment. And whereas the town has added protections for LGBTQ+ individuals and families, including partner health benefits and an inclusive employee non-discrimination policy. And whereas supporting Lyons LGBTQ+ community also aligns with the town's strategic objective to co-create a more inclusive and equitable community that promotes unity and honors diversity. And whereas the LGBTQ+ community has made great strides, however, work remains in order to achieve full equality, inclusion, and acceptance. Whereas we as a town and as individuals desire to practice respect, kindness, and understanding and teach these traits to future generations. The town of Lyons affirms its commitment to the promotion and protection of the human rights of LGBTQ+ residents in the community and urges all residents to respect and honor our diverse community and celebrate and build a culture of inclusiveness and acceptance. Now therefore, I, Holly Rogan, Mayor of the Town of Lyons, do hereby declare the month of June 2024 as LGBTQ+ Pride Month, in witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and seal of the Town of Lyons this 20th day of June 2024. And our Pride is on June 15th this year?
Yes.
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 Our Pride events are on June 15th, so please come because it's always a blast and hope to see you there. Thank you. Okay. Now enough of me talking. Now is the time for audience business and follow-up. So those of you who haven't been to an audience business after this board has been seated, a couple things have changed. We still would like you to state your name and your address for the record. You'll have 4 minutes. After everybody is done speaking, the board has an opportunity to respond. So we'll see if each board member would like to respond, and then staff will also have an opportunity to respond. And we made that change because some of y'all do not want to be hanging out here until 10 o'clock at night or watching online until 10 o'clock at night. So I see Clerk Vasquez has a sign-up sheet. We'll do folks in the room first, and then we'll see if folks online would also like to address the board.
All right, first up, we have Catherine Russell, and after her will be Tamara Haddad.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations to Mayor Rogan and the Board of Trustees, newly and re-elected. With the upcoming selection.
I'm sorry, could you state your name and address for the record?
Of course.
Thank you.
You just said that. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Catherine Russell, 770 Steamboat Valley Road. Okay. With the upcoming selection of the IGA task force, it's important to provide valid numbers for future town growth for the task force to work with. There are numerous inadequacies in the current housing futures plan that have been identified, and there is a draft addendum that corrects many of these errors, as well as addresses important issues that are not included on the original. So I respectfully request that the Housing Futures Plan addendum be included in the Board of Trustees agenda as soon as possible to provide the task force with this important updated information. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any questions? We'll address it after everybody has had their chance. Thank you.
Next, we have Tamara Haddad, and after that is Case Sparkles.
Madam Mayor, Board of Trustees and staff, I am Tamara Haddad from 217 Park Street. This is a difficult conversation to have, but because of my respect for all of you and for this town, I'm here today to speak to you. I'm here to speak about my truth, and that is it started in 2017 when I became a financial investor in HJB Designs at 435 Main Street. This is when Tanya Daddy began a vocal campaign of hate towards me. But it wasn't until she became a trustee did her slander, libel, and defamation of character hurt me, hurt my business, and hurt my family. That's my truth. But as we all know, truth is just my narrative. So here are the facts. Since 2017, I have been the financial investor, business consultant, and digital media and event manager for HJB Designs, which turned into Bellwether and moved to 440 Main Street in September of 2022. On December 15th, 2022, I sat across the street with owner Holly Beck and I watched bellwether burn down. On January 11th, I joined a Zoom meeting organized and attended by 4 Town of Lyons representatives and staffs, including Trustee Daddy. They had gathered, I thought, to help the victims of the fire, and I had information from my volunteer work with Marshall Fire that could have helped out as well. It was only through Cora request much later that I found out immediately after this meeting that Trustee Daddy sent an email to Mayor Rogan and the town administrator lying about me, while also attacking the integrity of freedom of press of our local Redstone Review. She called, texted, and emailed social and political alliances and lied about me. She purposely alienated me, a victim of the fire, an advocate for the fire victims, and those in the community that had the potential to help all the victims. And we all failed because of that. The most egregious act, though, that Trustee Daddy committed was violating the Sunshine Act. After the Town of Lyons meeting, I emailed her requesting the meeting minutes. Daddy, in writing, denied they ever existed. She said there were not any meeting minutes to give me. And then immediately after, I was attacked and belittled in emails by her friend Lori Barton from Leaf and from the Chamber of Commerce Administrator. I hope that you conduct an investigation into this. I did through Cora. It took me a while not to be hurt and angry. I still don't understand it, but her repeated violations of ethical conduct and breaking of the federal law, I respectfully ask that you do look into this. Thank you for your time. I appreciate your service. I understand that you might have questions. I was not aware of that. And at this point, my lawyer probably will advise me not to answer anything without her present. So I will be leaving. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Okay, I believe is next.
Ms. Sparks.
Good evening. Hey Sparks, I live at 2169 Apple Valley Road. And I'm here as an individual resident of the valley. I sit on the Housing and Human Services Commission, but I'm not speaking for them and they have not reviewed anything that I've got to say. So just to be clear about that. I'm here personally to urge you to support the adoption or getting involved, I believe it is, for the formal letter of support for the matching funds for Netherland Lyons Local Planning Capacity Grant, happily called LPC for short. In my experience in the last 3 years, there's a real need to learn a lot more about the various housing, about our fellow areas that are rural. As you know, we're a small town and don't have a real loud voice sometimes when you go for funds or just to be heard. But there's such a power in possibly forming or joining a housing rural authority, both for financial and for learning from each other. I had the opportunity in January to sit with the folks from Netherland at a housing conference, and they've got some great ideas up there. May not fit for us. We have some great ideas that may not fit for them or may fit well. The other thing is there's a power in collaboration. And I think that's what a housing authority can provide. And I know it would be a nascent one, it's just beginning. But from my previous experience in Washington State, housing authorities, as we band together, can do a lot of good stuff, both in just, as this would be preliminary finding out, doing some reviews of what the needs are, et cetera. And this is actually relatively a small fiscal investment, I think, for really good payoff and potential. So thank you.
Thank you, Kay. We have anyone else in the room who'd like to address the board? Come on up.
I do. Sorry, I didn't get any time to sign it.
You're forgiven.
Good afternoon, good evening, I guess. I'm Douglas Matthews. 1020 Horizon Drive. And I had all kinds of different topics I was gonna talk to all of you about today, but I want to direct my attention tonight to the basic topic, the housing, the peak-to-peak housing authority idea. And while I'd like the general idea of banding together and collecting different solutions, I just feel like this is, again, a project that we might be rushing into without full disclosure on what's going on. A couple of key things, and I knew I couldn't summarize it all tonight, so I did send an email that you'll see in the course. My concerns are multiple. First, the cost. I understand on the surface, it seems like it's really inexpensive for us. It's a small part of the salary. But for all of you that have ever managed people, an organization, a budget, you know that the cost of one employee isn't just the salary. There's a lot of other hard costs, equipment. There's gonna be a lot of travel. There's a lot of different activities that are gonna need to be paid for. And there's a huge opportunity cost in terms of the time that it's gonna take from other activities, time for the board, time for other town staff. And so I think we really need to measure and understand the full cost of this operation. The second is there a real need today? And do we even know where we're going today? It seems premature to be jumping into a 3-year commitment on something like this when we haven't even sorted out collectively what our real housing goals are, and we haven't defined them. And we have this task force coming up that is intended to try to sort out some of those activities. And it seems premature to jump into this housing authority unless the task force isn't really meant to come up with solutions. So I think that's a big one. To me, it's a bit like going out and buying new cars or new tires for a car that just because they're on sale, but you haven't bought the car yet. You don't know what size the tires should be. You don't know where you're gonna be driving it. You don't know how long you're gonna be driving it. And I think this is another opportunity for us to just back up, slow down, and understand what it is we're really investing in, what it is we're trying to achieve, and do we need to create the bureaucracy in a town this size for something like that? So my request for you, as you come up to review it later this afternoon and this evening, is to think about pausing just a moment, let the dust settle, let's figure out what's going on with the task force, let's see what recommendations come out of there, how the board deals with an IGA, and then we can make a determination of how best to manage what affordable housing we have or what affordable housing we need. There's a lot of options, teaming with Boulder like we're doing today, or perhaps this might be the solution, but let's not rush into it for the excitement of affordable housing without understanding the real implications. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Douglas. Anyone else in the room that I missed? Okay, anyone online like to address the board this evening?
Hello.
Yes, can you state your name and address for the record, please? It's hard to see who you are there.
Okay, my name's Keith Chatfield. I live at 2002 Blue Yonder Way in Fort Collins. However, I own building lots in Lions Valley Park. So I'm happy and appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight to the Board of Trustees. And this is in regard to lots on the agenda to be approved and accepted by the town in Lions Valley Park. As I am a builder and also a realtor, I actually spent considerable time in discussions with Keith Bell, the original developer of Lions Valley Park. And through the course of those conversations, we not only bought several lots from Lions Valley Park Inc., but we also researched and identified other lots that he owned that he was interested in providing to the market. At one time, we had a listing with Lions Valley Park and Keith Bell to sell a lot that is identified in the resolution that is up today, which we can call the triangle lot. It is a business lot. It's about 0.51 acres. The reason I'm here today is there's a number of things with respect to the resolution and this sale that I wanted just to make sure that the Board of Trustees was aware of prior to moving forward. First is that when you look at the development agreement for Lions Valley Park and you go all the way back to 1987, 86, the instrument for conveying the outlots really is the focus of attention here is really the outlots with respect to the development agreement was to be conveyed by general warranty deed. So it's prescribed in that SIA. General warranty deed is the instrument. Quick claim deed is a lower level of deed. It doesn't provide quite the level of assurance of title that you do with a general warranty deed. So the actual deeds that are being offered are not of the level that is prescribed by the SIA. That's the first issue. Another issue is the president, Allison Kaganen, hard to say her name, is with a company called ITS. It's not identified as Lions Valley Park Inc. Now, I realize Lions Valley Park Inc., many of the directors and owners of Lions Valley Park Inc. have passed, but it's not clear that there was ever any documentation or anything provided that shows a general power of attorney for Allison Kaganen to actually convey these lots as the grantor. So typically in a transaction of such, you'd have a document, affidavit, a corporate authority that would come with this type of transaction, but it wasn't provided. So that is something that I think that would be good for the, if it hasn't been researched, to make sure it's researched. Now, some good news, actually, on top of all this. I spent probably over 200, 300 hours, not, in that range, investigating the title of the land holdings for Lions Valley Park Inc. And Keith and I had many conversations about various issues in Lions Valley Park. There are water rights that are associated with the land holding that Lions Valley Park Inc. obtained. These are on the deed. These are deeded rights, and they're significant. So as you actually accept the general warranty deeds or the deeds, it would be in the city's interest to ensure that those water rights are conveyed with the deed to keep that record of title. Even if the town has no interest in the water at this time, you never know what there may be in the future. Finally, in conclusion, the resolution describes the 4 lots, and the whereas section talks about the issue of the lots.
Mr. Bell, Mr. Chatfield, I'm sorry, your time is up. Would you like to just finish your thought quickly?
Real quickly, thank you, Mayor Rogan. Yes, the resolution would imply that all the lots fall under the requirement to be transferred at the time of completion of the development, when actually only 3 of them are outlots and 1 does not have that requirement. So that should be clear. I would suggest that would be clarified for the future use.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chatfield. Appreciate it.
Good.
Would anyone else online like to address the board?
I don't see anyone else with their hand.
Okay, great. So we'll close audience business, and I'm gonna kick us off with board response, and then I'll pass it to my left and we'll go around. I would first like to say that town board meetings and city council meetings are sometimes considered the last bastion of First Amendment rights. And we let everybody come and tell us what they want to tell us for the amount of time that they have. And I would like to say that I have had the pleasure and the honor of working with Trustee Dottie for more than 2 years now. And I know of no one with higher ethical and moral standards, no one with a bigger heart, and no one who is harder working for this town and this community. And I am grateful to have her on this board, and this entire town should be grateful to have her serving the town of Lyons. She literally is everywhere doing everything all the time, and I don't know when she sleeps, plus raising a family. So when it comes to the Housing Futures Plan addendum, and we'll let Trustee Browning, Trustee Lowell and staff also talk to that. My understanding is that is in process. And it seems like the progress has been good, so just so you know that that is moving along. The issue that we're talking about tonight related to the partnership with the town of Netherland is not about whether we should form a housing authority. It is about whether we should, with the town of Netherland, share in a person, a human resource, who can help with all things related to housing and planning. And that would mean part of that job description is actually facilitating public meetings related to housing. So we're not talking about whether to form a housing authority. We're talking about whether to share a staff position with the town of Ned, and that staff would be the liaison to the feasibility study regarding a housing authority. So the discussion about a housing authority is a long way away, and the discussion about whether it makes sense for Lions to be a part of a housing authority is even a longer way away. We're talking about sharing a staff position. And I think that's all I wanted to say about audience business, and I will pass it to Trustee Lowell.
It's interesting, Mr. Chatfield raised the issue of the deeds. I had a previous discussion with him on this, and that was my point for pulling it from the consent agenda, primarily to ask Attorney Dittman if he was fine with the way the deeds were transferred. Mr. Chatfield mentions the warranty deed. We did quit claims on all of those.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can talk about it when we pull it, but we were aware they are quit claim deeds, not general warranty deeds. There's a long history of the town accepting both kinds of deeds for this requirement, unfortunately. And it's that, as you know, Trustee Lowell, the efforts expended to even get these deeds was pretty extensive, and to go back and, you know, get general warranty deeds for what we see as a minimal benefit didn't seem worth it. But we knew when we saw them, they were, you know, quit claims, not general warranties, but they've already been transferred and recorded. So undoing all that would involve a process. So happy to discuss it more when we get to that item, but that was kind of our analysis on it.
Thank you.
Trustee Dasty? Not required.
Actually, I would like to speak to these very serious allegations. I would welcome an open investigation. I have nothing to hide. I know exactly what happened. I'm happy to share that with the board if that's needed. I know that our town administrator Simonson was also on that call for that multi-agency meeting. I thought I had sent a link to the Zoom session. I thought it had been recorded, so we can investigate that further. I'm quite shocked, actually, that would be part of audience business here. And I apologize for that taking time from what we have to discuss here. Regarding Mr. Matthews' concern around this 3-year commitment, you know, I just want to clarify a couple of things. This task force is really about this IGA with Boulder County, and it really is about zoning. It really isn't about discussing affordable housing. We have a comprehensive plan that we spent 2 years working on, and we had really great community input in this plan over a 2-year period, maybe 200 participants. And we have several goals and policies that regard housing. So, you know, there was a housing needs assessment that was done following these goals here as part of our goals. We have this opportunity for a grant for this housing coordinator. So I don't want to confuse the two. I just want to make that really clear. These are 2 separate items, and these are goals that we've been working on for the last few years now from the comp plan. So I don't want to ignore this important document that is supposed to be our roadmap for the next 10 days. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Trustee Hammer? All right, Trustee Dillman.
I think I would just like to say that I don't know anybody that does have a bigger heart than Trustee Dots.
Was you running?
With respect to what Ms. Russell, brought up about the Housing Futures Plan, that was on the last meeting's agenda. I believe the direction from the board was they would go on a future agenda, but the board was gonna get input from whatever input staff wanted to provide. And a couple of days later, Trustee Lowell and I met with, Planner Bowen, and we discussed the addendum, and he had a couple of comments I think he was gonna submit. I don't, it's, yeah. Anyway, that was the process. If the staff wanted to submit some corrections or additions or to the draft, they were going to do that, and then it was going to go back on the future agenda. And I believe that we talked about it going on the June second meeting in June, but the 16th or 17th.
17th, if it's ready.
That's my understanding. I think that's the contemplated scheduling of that. And as to the item about the housing coordinator and the potential regional housing authority, I'll just wait comments and questions when we get to that item on our agenda.
Thank you.
The only thing I wish to respond to is regarding Trustee Dottie. I, in the last 2 years, know no one whose heart is more attuned to the greater good and attuned to what is good and right and redemptive than Trustee Dottie.
Would staff like to respond?
I think the board covered most of it. The only thing I would just like to clarify is that the item regarding the housing coordinator, that has not been awarded. It's just the discussion of whether or not to apply for the grant for it. So people are talking like it's already happened, and it hasn't. It hasn't been applied for yet. And lastly, yes, comments regarding the Keith Bell parcels. I will also hold those until we talk about it during the business items.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, everybody. That closes audience business and follow-up. And next, we are so fortunate tonight to have Dr. John Haddad with us, Superintendent of St. Brendan School District, to give us an update. Welcome. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Rogan and town trustees. I'm gonna start by sharing this there.
Yay.
And just say thank you for that. We're very proud of our graduates. And I'm gonna share a little bit about our district and then also a little bit about the potential for a bond initiative and answer any questions that you might have. So I also want to thank Trustee Dottie and Trustee Song for coming to our meeting that you and I had, the three of us, about our schools, and I appreciated that a lot, and I appreciate the long time outstanding support that you provided for our school district and for all of the students and for our community. So thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. And likewise to all of you. St. Vrain, as you know, maybe, is now the 7th largest school district in Colorado out of 178 school districts. And we're growing at a pretty good clip. We have 60 schools now, and we have approximately 33,000 students. And we span out over 411 square miles, which includes Lyons and Meade and Frederick and Firestone and Daytona and Erie and Niwot and Longmont. And we have about 5,500 employees, and we're continuing to add and hire more. So we're the largest business that I'm aware of in the county. And we'll continue to grow and drive our economy and public safety and property values and all those great things that quality schools bring to a community. And I appreciate the partnership that we have. A couple of the successes that I'm very proud of, where our students and our teachers and our staff are concerned, is we have now the highest graduation rate in the Denver metro area and the highest graduation rate among all school districts that have more than 300 students graduating. And what even is more significant is we have the highest graduation requirements. So it's harder to graduate from St. Vrain than all of our neighboring districts and the metro area. And it's also the highest graduation rate. The other thing that's very impressive on the part of our teachers and our staff and our students and our parents is our dropout rate now is at 0.6%. So 99.4% of our students will make it. Some, the overwhelming majority of 93.3 make it in 4 years. And some may take 4.5 years or 5 because they may be working on college credits. We have a 2-year associate degree program and we have 5 of them. 1 in computer information systems, and 1 in the biomedical pharmaceutical arena, 1 in teaching, 1 in cybersecurity, and 1 in business. So a large number of our students now are graduating with their high school diploma and a 2-year associate degree at no cost to the student. And so every year we are adding more and more to the hundreds of students that are in that category. We also have a large number of students who are taking college credits within our schools and earning their first year of college before they graduate in a 4-year institution, and that saves parents and families, you know, in some cases, $20,000-$30,000 a year in tuition and room and board and a whole host of other things. We have a large number of career and tech ed programs where our students are earning 2-year certificates in welding and machining and electronics and optics and culinary arts and automotive technology and nursing and paramedics, and I'll share with you our plans of building another career and tech ed center, given the large amounts of students that are moving through them. We also are very proud of the fact that St. Vrain Valley Schools students outperform the state on 100% of the state required assessments, grades 3 to 8. And we've also seen nice steady gains in our PSATs in the 9th grade and the 10th grade, and then the SATs in the 11th grade for our students. So all the way across the board, we're seeing our students really excel from an academic standpoint and launching into some really viable and lucrative careers. And so we're very proud of them. We're also really proud of, when I talk about graduation rates, we look at Lyons Middle Senior High School, 100% graduation rate, and named the top middle senior high school in the entire state of Colorado. That coupled with one of the best elementary schools in the state of Colorado, as identified by the state of Colorado, you have one of the finest feeder systems in the country. You're in Lyons, and you have students that are achieving at incredible levels. One of the things that you may have heard of, the baseball team just recently won the regionals and will be going on to the state championship. So we'll see how they do, but all of the sports do very, very well. In terms of our district-wide sports programs, athletics, we have the highest percentage of state championships for individuals and teams of any school district in Colorado. And that's huge. And kids are earning millions of dollars worth of scholarships to pursue their athletic careers beyond high school. In terms of music, and you're very familiar here in Lyons with outstanding music programs as well, we have been identified as the top music program in the state of Colorado as far as the music community goes, and that's orchestra, band, choir, etc. And then we're also one of the top 15% of all music programs in the country. And that's been for 4 years straight, which no other school district in Colorado can say that happened to them or that they've been honored in that way more than once. And so you see that level of success. There are other areas too. You know, we had the state champion in welding this year, a young lady that won that. We had state championships in culinary arts, had state championships in automotive technology. We had the state championships in robotics, and our robotics team won the first place in the world competition with over 700 teams in 80 countries. And it's the second time that that's happened. So we won the state, the nationals, and twice now the worlds. And so we have the best robotics program in the entire world. And it sounds strange to say that, but you know, I've become accustomed to our students excelling. As far as advanced placement courses, you know, the College Board is one of the most prestigious education institutions in the country, and they're responsible for a lot of the advanced placement coursework. They have selected us as one of 358 school districts out of 14,000 in America as an AP honor roll school district. And Lyons Middle Senior High School has contributed significantly to that and has been named as an honor roll distinction high school, along with several other high schools in the St. Vrain Valley schools. We're also going to be hosting in St. Vrain the statewide regional advanced placement training program for teachers. So a lot of exciting things happening from our district's perspective. And really none of it could happen if it weren't for the communities that we serve and that they serve us and support us. So it's really a mutually beneficial relationship. You know, some of you will remember back in 2001 and 2, when the St. Vrain Valley School District was bankrupt as a result of some serious financial errors. And we had the lowest bond rating in the state of Colorado for schools. Well, fast forward, thanks to community support, we now have the highest bond ratings in public schools. And for the last 1 year, we have been recognized by the Association of School Business Officials and the Governmental Financial Officers Association with the most prestigious awards for fiscal transparency and reporting. And most recently, we won the Meritorious Award, which is the absolute highest award that you can win. So we're very proud of our finance department. And the reason I say that is because our communities have entrusted us with a lot of resources. And it's important from a transparent perspective. We have a finance and audit committee that's made up of several experts out in the community. And we also have audits done. And this year, again, we had an unqualified audit with no findings. And so we're very, very proud of that. I want to share with you the potential for a bond coming up in November. And a bond is different than a mill levy override. It is not for hiring people, not for salaries or anything like that. It is for building because we're growing. It's like when we built the auditorium, which we were just very proud to rename after Laverne. It's for building. It's for growth. It's for safety, fire alarm systems, double vestibule doors, making sure that walls are painted, roofs are repaired, carpets, all of those kinds of things. And then renovation to create even more viable instructional spaces. The nice thing about this particular bond is while it extends, it does not increase any taxes. And we were able to do that by committing to staying at a certain dollar amount. So we identified what dollar amount we would need to stop at that would not cause the existing taxes to increase. And that's something that the board has committed to, and it's something that I have committed to. And so when you read the ballot language, it will articulate that very clearly. So that's one thing. The other thing that I want you to know is we have just recently lowered the rate of taxes within the levy rates by 1.147. And so we're not only able to stay at a level that doesn't cause an increase in the current tax rate, in the current tax amount, and we are also able to actually lower it. And that's in part, people say, well, how does that happen? One, we've paid off a considerable amount of debt prior to the deadline and saved millions of dollars, upwards of $80 million for our taxpayers. And we've also seen so much growth in assessed valuation within the 411 square miles that we don't need to increase the existing taxes in order to generate the money. And so this is that once in a lifetime shot when we can take St. Vrain into the next decade with all of the things that we're going to do, and I'll share with you a few of them, and do it in a way that doesn't cause people's current taxes to go up. So that's something that we're very excited about doing. I imagine the board will approve it, but I'm not going to speak for them. We did have about 50 community members, business leaders, educators, parents, etc., elected officials come and participate in a meeting. They vetted all of the projects and made a recommendation unanimously that we move forward. We're also mailing to all taxpayers information. 2 mailings have gone out now, in addition to our large scale magazine, but there will be mailings every month throughout November, throughout now till November, to every taxpayer, whether you have children in our schools or not, informing you of all of the projects timelines, so there's lots of transparency. But among the big projects, we're gonna be building another career and tech ed center on the east side of our district. And so that will enable us to create a lot more space than the one we have, since we have a lot of people on the waiting list. We'll have that out there, which will save in transportation and time for students. And now we'll have 2 programs. And they should both be, if not the best in the state and beyond, certainly 2 of the best. The other thing we're gonna be doing is building a large high school on the east side of our district that will serve with open enrollment. It will serve primarily the Carbon Valley, Meade, and then some of Longmont, and actually anybody can attend it. So I'm sure there will be some students perhaps from Lyons, probably not many, that will attend there. And it will be on the same property as the Career and Tech Ed Center. We're also going to be building another pre-K through 8. We're going to be building 2 more elementary schools. That's with the Career and Tech Ed Center, 5 new buildings. And then we're going to be doubling the size of the Innovation Center, which does serve a number of students from Lyons. And we have telecommunications programs where you can actually take classes without having to leave your existing high school. And you can go into the classroom in real time, live, just like you're there, and interact with the other students from other schools, and do that right from Lyons Middle Senior High School. So all of those things, and actually our elementary schools have access to the Innovation Center as well. So those are the kind of major projects, but we're also going to be doing work on HVAC systems, on fire alarm systems, carpets, walls, roof repairs, potholes in the driveways and parking lots of our schools. You know, when you have 60 school buildings and some departments that aren't necessarily school buildings, but they're still our property, we have to maintain them. And so it's better to do that when we can do it now in this way without increasing taxes. It's better to do it now than to let inflation move forward, which would prevent us probably from doing everything that we need to do at that point. And it's also better not to kick the can down the road and have deferred maintenance, because as you know, if you defer your maintenance, the costs go up. So we want to get all of this done. And again, it'll take our school system into the next decade. We are very unique, and all of the districts around us are declining in enrollment very fast, to the tune of thousands of kids. And our projection, while we're at 33,000 today, our projection is at 70,000. So at 411 square miles, we're going to continue to grow for many, many years to come, long after I'm the superintendent. And so I am here advocating for, even though it hasn't been formalized that we're going to do a bond, I'm hopeful, but I'm here advocating for the future of St. Vrain and all of the students that will come long after I'm not the superintendent. I think education, you guys, is the most important institution that we have. 90% of the children in America attend public schools. Everything about our economy, everything about public safety and national security, everything about your property values, everything about the vitality of your businesses, everything about the quality of the service industry, everything about our workforce pipeline for the future, everything about our democracy hinges on how well our students do. So this is an investment in something much, much bigger than any one of us. And so we'll be asking for your support, and I'm going to stop there now and see if I can answer any questions. I apologize. There is one other thing that I wanted to say. I was asked the question by an individual that was a great conversation, wonderful person, said, you know, the property values have gone up. What are you guys going to do with all that extra money? And it's important to understand in school finance that there's an equalization factor. When property values go up, the state, and you get more from property taxes, the state reduces the balance to equalize. When this goes down, the state increases the balance. So we're not having like a windfall. And I want to be clear on that. The other thing that I want you to know is when we went through that recession in 2008 till now, the school district has lost over $300 million that we have never been able to recover. And we don't anticipate we will, because it was a recession. You know, nobody's fault. So I just want people to know that. And all the while, through all of this, we have been able, through grants, through the 2 mill levy overrides that have passed, through investments that we've made, we have been able not only to maintain the highest quality of an educational system but we have been able to advance it in so many ways, while other school districts are cutting. We also now will have, out of the large districts in the metro area, which are the ones, the highest base pay for our teachers, outstanding benefits, working conditions, facilities. And so we're able to recruit the best teachers and staff to put in our classrooms and to drive our buses and to feed our children and all of those things. So now I will stop.
Thank you, Dr. Haddad. What does it feel like to be such an underachiever?
I know.
Well, I'll tell you, our teachers and our students and their parents have been hitting it out of the park.
Unbelievable.
And our staff members.
Congratulations on seeing the fruits of that labor and all that hard work. Who has questions for Dr. Haddad? Go ahead.
First, a comment and a question. The comment is that my wife is a mostly retired teacher who's taught in a number of school districts across the country in different states, and some really excellent ones and some that were not quite so good. And unfailingly, when she's asked, like either new residents of Lyons or people thinking about moving to Lyons, what do you think about St. Vrain Valley School District or the Lyons schools? She unhesitatingly says, excellent elementary school, good, excellent high school, great school district. Highly recommend you put your kids in. So that's a well-deserved compliment, I think. I have a specific question. You mentioned it, and it's in your materials, to the district decrease the property tax rate for 2023. And I think you said, if I understood right, the district is taxing 2023 taxed at 1.147 mils lower than the maximum that it could have taxed on. So it didn't maximize its taxes. Is that what happened?
When there's a total program of 25%. And when a district hits that, we can lower. Because if we didn't lower, it would exceed that 25%. So our intention is to continue, hopefully. The board has articulated their intent if they can lower it again next year. But yes, that first lowering has already occurred, and you should see that right now.
And the 1.147 was the number of mills below what you had taxed on.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Trustee Dusty?
Yeah, so I also wanted to commend the district. I was a former educator myself in Canada and in France. My children have been to school all over the world. I've been really impressed at what I've seen here in the district. I really appreciate the open enrollment policy because there is something for everybody, no matter where you are. And I have visited the Tech Ed Center. I can see the necessity to double that, and especially at least in the Innovation Center. I mean, doubling the Innovation Center, I'm hoping this means that kids can actually get like a high school diploma just by attending the Innovation Center, because I know my youngest would have loved that.
They won't be able to get a high school diploma just by attending, but
Okay.
they will be able to get a really powerful addition to their education.
Awesome. The question I have surrounding the bond issue is, I know, so this is going to be possibly on the ballot in November of this year. And typically, the district is really good about holding community meetings. I understand you're here to educate us, and we appreciate that. But I feel like those community meetings that take place in the high school auditorium, for example, allow parents and others from the community to come and ask questions of you. So are you planning on a meeting here in Lyons before the November ballot?
Yeah, we've had meetings all throughout this year. And we will continue that next year. And we would be having those meetings even if we weren't going for a month, because we do that every year. But that conversation and topic will be part of the meeting. In addition to that, we will be sending out mailings to every taxpayer every month from here till then. There will also be a number of editorials. There have also been articles in the paper. We also have a website that you can log into that shows everything by project, location, those types of things. I have already logged in about 70 presentations to all 7 municipalities. I haven't gone to Lyons Chamber, but it's scheduled to all 5 of our chambers, to all Rotaries, economic development councils, all of the media outlets. We have Leadership St. Vrain, which has lots of parents that we talk to there, the town hall meetings that you mentioned, and just a whole host of signs that you'll see in the fall and different types of ways. So by the time we get there, I'm hopeful that everybody's questions will have been answered. So yes, we will be having town hall meetings.
Probably not until the next school year, I imagine.
Probably not the next school year, but there will be communication throughout the summer.
Other questions for Dr. Hunt? Thank you so much for coming to visit us. Come back anytime. And if you see, I don't know if you can see the Laverne's chair and her photo back there in the corner, but she's watching over us in the dais.
She's making sure.
It's
a lot of pressure.
It's a lot. She's right behind you, trustee.
And in case we forget, we have a bumper sticker which asks, what would Laverne do?
Yeah.
Just.
You gonna mention the third graders that were just here?
Oh,
Well, it was in, Administrator Simonson's administrator report. I didn't wanna steal the thunder, but we did have the third grade class here this week. It was wonderful. It's like I told them, and it's true, it is my favorite day of the year, is when the third graders come to town hall and learn about local government and how it works. And they created a budget. I saw the budget bucket back there. I think we should bust them out for our budget workshops. And it's so wonderful to see how engaged they are and how much fun they're having.
You know, I'll tell you, this is my 16th year as a superintendent. And that is absolutely one of the most enjoyable aspects of my work, is to go to the different schools. And, it's not unusual for high school kids to walk by and say something to me like, "Hi, Don, how are you?" Or, "Are we gonna get a snow day?"
What happened to the snow days?
"Are you gonna be at our next football game?" or whatever it might be. The other day I was at an elementary school and I'm walking down the hall and a little elementary school kid walks by and, Hi, Don, how you doing?" "Great, how are you doing?" Just keeps walking, just matter of fact. And I thought, that's pretty cool when the students see you and know that you're there for them and committed to them. And I also, two things before I leave, I want to first introduce Dr. Kapushin. Dr. Kapushin is our deputy superintendent, and she and I work very closely together in sharing the responsibilities of leading the district. And she's been in our district for a long time, an outstanding educator. And so you can always reach out to her. And then Terry Schuler is back there too. And Terry Schuler was a phenomenal chief financial officer in our district a while back, and has helped us to navigate our way back to strength along with our current team. And then I want to thank you both again for meeting with us and really having a great conversation. You have always been a great supporter of our schools and our children. I'm grateful to you, and it was wonderful to meet you, and I'm looking forward to continuing our conversations. So thank you to all of you, and thanks for being at the auditorium the other day.
Yeah, thank you so much.
All right.
Have a wonderful evening.
You too. Take care. Bye.
Oh, give me the paper though, don't leave the paper. There's more out front. Pictures.
All right.
He might want that.
We'll get you a copy.
I'll get a
I
copy.
have
And you're
more.
gonna send-
Okay, you can take this. They promised me they have another copy. It's fine. It's fine.
This will help me to reach out.
Okay.
We'll make sure you get another one.
Let's do an extra copy, right?
All right, let's move on to staff reports, please. Boulder County Sheriff's Office reports are yours.
I don't know how I can match that.
I don't know how you.
No, I will say though, I'm a product of St. Greenville's.
Oh, yeah.
I'm very educated. No, I grew up, my kids were in the school district, so it's good. The superintendent is very supportive of law enforcement, takes good care of his school resource officers, so very supportive of that. Speaking of Lions High baseball team, so they're gonna actually miss their graduation Saturday. So they're gonna, the team is gonna be graduating on Sunday as well, so if you see activity over there, that's why. And then the third graders, I was talking about that, it was awesome like it was last year. And this is just a track show that came. Nothing major. Yeah, so that was cool to see. It's second year doing it. And, we're playing this year, but we got a lot of cool stuff for them to see. So, and then let's see, just another reminder to keep your cars and houses and everything locked up. Last Sunday, like early morning, truck was stolen in Boulder, in the county part of Boulder, but we found it heading towards Lyons and actually got behind it and was waiting on more deputies. And then he ended up high centering or getting stuck up on Eagle Valley Drive. or road up there off Stone Canyon. And, they didn't see him, but he obviously took off, or they took off, and they did a canine track, didn't find him, but then a few hours later, we got a bunch of trespass vehicles. Nothing was stolen, but they were all unlocked, so I'm guessing it was related, and they're probably just trying to find another car to take. So lock up your stuff, don't leave your keys in your car. So this is the last week of school. Rosie, Detective Rose, Deputy Rose, Rose, the SRO at Lyons. He's actually gonna stay SRO through the summer, and he'll be at the high school for summer school there. I think they're doing 4-10s, so I think it's Monday through Thursday, but, so he'll also be in town through the summer, which is good. The river CFS, been looking at that, it's below the historical average, so it's only about a little over 300 right now, so. And last year, we put the ban in effect, June 8th, so it's pretty close to now, so hopefully, I'm trying to get information from our emergency services about, predictions on the river this year, but so far, so good. Mayor, did you ever get an answer about the school zone speed limit? So I meant to talk to you about it last meeting, but, looking into it, and also, I spoke to Dave a little bit about it, Cosgrove. I think that changed before I started, but I think they might have spoke to Sergeant Chris too when that changed, but they wanted to be more consistent with the other roads, I guess, in the town, and then also it's like in the traffic ordinance, it says 20.
Okay.
So that's why.
20 everywhere in town, unless
Okay.
posted otherwise.
Yeah, without having to change everything.
Yeah, because it used to be 15, then suddenly there were signs that said it was 20, so the question was,
That
why did it go up?
adopted legitimately.
Illegitimate.
15.
Okay. Thank you.
And looking at other places, its average is between 20 and 25. There are some 15 school zone limits, but it just depends on the area and like whatever the road is.
Okay, and you all do a pretty good job of making sure people slow down.
Yeah, Mitch is always hitting, right now we're down to SRO, so he's hitting 3 schools for every morning, drop off time, so he's busy. But yeah, no, he does a good job. And then the speed radar signs we kind of talked about, talked to Dave about that. I think we're trying to look for a grant to maybe get 3 to 4 of them.
Awesome.
They vary between 3,800 to 4,400, just depending on size. And those are the mobile ones that you can move around and collect traffic data and also our solar. So. And then with the stats, the only thing that has changed is it's our tickets. We got a few more tickets over the weekend with some extra duty. We're at 199 so this year versus I think 190 that was on the stuff of the packet. And this is through May 16th or May 1st to the 16th of this month, but our calls are a lot lower, 61 less than this time last year in May, at 97. Year to date though, calls are up about 34, about 924. Tickets are a little over than this time last year, we're up 6. We were down 15 in May from this time last year, just last May. It's just extra duty, so. Which it's still hard to get people signed up. There's a lot of it out there, and the Netherlands stopping their double time all day extra duty. So starting I think mid-June, because they're finally gonna transition a few of the deputies up there. No change in accidents since last meeting. The flock. We had the first 2 weekends of the month, we had just over 25,000 cars on full Saturday and Sunday coming and going from town, and that's about 200 or 2,500 more than this time last year.
Thank you very much. Questions for Sergeant Sears? No. Good job. Nice work with the 3rd graders. I saw you and your team. The K9 was a huge hit.
Yeah, I mean, that's our new bloodhound that just got certified. He's still a puppy, but they were actually, he was gonna come in Watson, but he's doing a track up, at, Long Speed, trying to find someone, so they got lost, so.
Well, feel free to bring him to this board meeting anytime. Say that you here wants to
It's
see him.
slobbery and stinky and.
Yeah, I feel like I can speak for almost all of us that we would welcome that. So thank you. Okay. Administrator report, please.
Thank you. I've included my administrator's report as you've been talking about third grade field trips. I think this was like, I'm not sure, I think it's our 9th or 10th year to be doing those, and it's a fun time. This year we had about 40 third graders. So always good. We had several just bullet points and updates on Parks and Public Works. I'm not going to go through those, but if any of you have questions regarding any of the activities, as you know, April and May are really busy, preparing to start our high season that last week of May on Memorial Day weekend. So, they are, have significant work to get done. And, we have 2 employees who are out right now. So that's, stretching their bandwidth. Also wanted, we did host Diversion Day with our Boulder County partners and other groups on Saturday. Sounded like it was extremely successful. About 100 residents participated.
Oh, great.
And it was well organized with having to sign up this year with little 15-minute slots. That did not seem to be a problem for folks, and several people were able to make trips. So seemed to work well, and hopefully we can do another one this year. I also wanted to mention that just because it was not in my report, that Anderson Consulting is now at 30% design of the St. Vrain Stream Bank. And so it seems maybe we need to clarify at what point staff might be able to start applying for grants, but this would be the time we would be pursuing those heavily. So I might ask as some direction moving forward, because it may be different with this board than the previous, and that hasn't been clarified for me. So I don't want to be overstepping my bounds, but that is, we're ready to start actively. We've been watching and looking, and we're actively ready to start applying if that's what the board wants us to do. Also, the goats will be arriving here in just another, I think, 10 days. We are planning, well, I did submit a grant for the Marshall parcel for funding that. And so now I'm kind of afraid maybe I shouldn't have, but it seems to have been a really positive reception from Boulder County to fund that. They think they would let us know this week. And it would be full funding to complete that project. So great. I also included the 2 updates that were requested from the Tamburello properties and the Moss Rock update, which were not much of an update, but the communications wise, we'll make sure we get that out there to the public in the most appropriate forum so that they can also hear that. And then I do have Cassie on here for a quick finance update. There's not a lot to report right now, but I told her we always like seeing her. So she can give like a sales tax update and how things are going year to date.
Thank you. Evening, Director Eisner.
Good evening again. I'm not gonna display my screen because I always seem to have issues when I do that, but the same type of information is in your packet as what we usually include. Just gonna mention a couple of things. On a positive note, that sales tax is 8.8% higher than this same time last year. So that's definitely good, because last year was, as you remember, was lower than the prior year before. So it's always nice to see those little jumps. Of course, 8.8% to us isn't as high as it is to other municipalities, but it's pushing $30,000. So that's a positive note for us. A couple of other things that I would like to point out is that the general fund revenues are lower than this same time last year. What I'm attributing most of that to is property tax collections. For some reason, I think, obviously we're gonna get more property tax revenue this year than we did last year, but there must be some timing issues with the payments, and I don't anticipate any issues with that, but I'm kind of attributing it to a timing difference. But we also are seeing lower building revenue and municipal court fines than the same time last year. I will point out, though, that last year's building and court revenues did exceed the budget expectations, so we'll just continue to watch that as we need to. And then again, on a positive note, the electric sales are higher than this same time last year, and you may recall that electric revenues were actually lower last year than we budgeted, so seeing them up higher is definitely a good thing. And the same thing with water revenue as well. I think the expense budgets are pretty on par with the budget and where we've seen them in the past. If anything, they're lower than where they were this time last year, specifically in the general fund and in the sewer fund, because of not having all those legal expenses anymore that were eating up our budget. So that's definitely a good thing. But those are really the only key highlights, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Questions on either the administrator's report or finances?
I have one comment and two questions. First of all, I think my wife deserves a round of applause for contributing to the 8.8% higher than the guy who delivers the Amazon boxes. I think he suffers a hernia every day when he brings them to the door. And two questions for Administrator Simonson. So the signs that are being put up to warn of the Highland diversion. It's a loaded question. Did we ask Highland to contribute to the cost of that?
No, the previous board had asked us to look into a buoy system to warn boaters. And staff looked into that option, and our water fluctuates just way too much to be able to make that work during low water especially. And so we looked at just signage. We did not ask them to contribute to it.
I only say that because as we know, it's really their liability if anybody pitches over that dam.
I think they would probably go after both of us.
But I just, as much as they gave the town
Yeah.
for charges, I mean, turnabout is fair play. I'll leave it at that.
Okay,
I'm disappointed on the fire mitigation. The left hand can't do
I
anything.
am very disappointed.
I have a suggestion, and I don't know whether it's ever been broached here before, but has anybody ever considered using, on the easier mitigation, not the real heavy stuff, using Lions volunteers under the direction of perhaps Lions Fire District's 2 wildland firefighters? Has that ever been considered? Would there be a liability issue for that?
The liability part, but we can make it.
Erin is the liaison to that project,
Okay.
so, yeah, we were very disappointed to hear, they said the soonest now would be a year away to do the mitigation for us, and so.
But I don't think we've heard back. We did reach out then. And Lions doesn't have its own full wildfire tech. They have a couple that does it privately, you may know. And we did reach out to them. I don't know if Director Cosgrove has heard back if they thought they'd be able to do it or not. So
Well, maybe we can get an update next time on where that is.
For the.
You know, I just think, I
Yeah.
mean,
we could,
Mark and I work with the Lions
Yeah,
volunteers.
yeah.
I mean, they're chainsaw people, they're cut and drag people. It seems like a natural,
Yeah, I didn't realize they would even entertain that, so we
yeah,
can certainly talk with them and
Okay.
bring an update. But we'll stay on top of trying to find something, because that was supposed to be our priority
Yeah,
this year after.
yeah. Thank you. Any other questions? Go ahead.
I just have one question for the admin report. So if people are concerned about, something in our parks, for example, I don't know, a leaky tap, for example.
Okay.
Who should they direct that question or who should they contact? about
Well,
that?
if it's in a park that has a park host, they can certainly point it out to them. If it's during a work week, just call town hall. We'll get the right staff out there. If it's on a night or a weekend and it needs attention, like a significant water break, they can call the non-emergency dispatch number, which is the 303-441-4444, and they will dispatch whoever's on call. So it kind of depends on what the situation is. If it's dangerous, of course, call, non-emergency dispatch. But if it's during the day, just call town hall. We'll get the right people over there right away. Thank you. Trustee Hammer?
Question on the goat mowers. How do you select the properties?
We have identified all of the different town-owned parcels. We have about 120 acres of town-owned parcels that could use it. And the goat mowers actually say for the most effective long-term solution, you should do the same situation 3 years in a row. But it really depends on the timing. You want to be there when the vegetation is very fresh. So this year, they chose Stone Canyon from a fire perspective and the area behind Nakano.
And those are town properties.
Yes.
Cosgrove was going from the task force recommendations of property. I don't know.
Of
that
the
there was a
previous
full-
task force, yeah.
Right, that was set up. I don't know if there was a 1, 2, 3 set priority, but out of the whole group, that's what was looked at, was what was in there.
But if there's somewhere that we feel is high risk that's close to structures, that's probably going to be first.
Thank you.
Mhm.
All right, thank you very much. And I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, let me ask my sales tax question first to Director Eiston. I was kind of surprised too that the sales tax collections were up because there are several businesses that were, I think, open at this time last year that weren't now, like Parks Hardware, Pizza Bar, Mariposa. So is it possible that the increase may be attributable to like more online sales? Trustee Lowell's wife and others, or, I was trying to kind of figure out for the first 3 months that we're looking at, did our online sales percentage go up compared to last year, or, I don't know?
Great question. I would say our local, so if you look at that second sales tax slide in there, the local sales tax is pretty consistent with what it's been in years prior. The one dip that we did have was the February sales paid in April that was more attributed to non-local, but that I think is, we have some larger quarterly submitters that submit during that time that are not local. I'm happy to look into some specific larger carriers and do like a trend analysis compared to last year. I won't be able to provide specific analysis, but I can kind of provide a little bit as best I can.
Yeah, just with a view toward budget projections next year, that's gonna be interesting if that trend continues, what we do.
Yeah, absolutely. You're welcome.
Thank you for doing it. And then my questions on the administrator's portion of the report. I had the same comment written down that Trustee Lowell did about doing the mitigation on the, I guess it's the L property mostly, is that the big one?
That whole.
That whole thing.
Ledge ditch.
Yeah, you mentioned Lions volunteers. I would kind of call it as volunteers from Lions. The actual Lions volunteers core group right now is fairly small and fairly old. We don't change as much as we used to, but I would suggest that maybe this would be an opportunity to do what the mayor and I have talked about, is maybe this is an opportunity to recruit more people to the Lions volunteers. Generally,
Yeah,
Group
with the
and-
promise of learning how to use chainsaw.
Well, yeah, maybe.
Or maybe
But-
something like we do stream cleanup, just have
Right.
one day
Exactly.
where we say
Yeah.
come volunteer.
Yeah.
That,
Yeah.
Exactly, and I think we could use more volunteer, because in years past in Lyons, there's a lot of work done in parks in the public works area that use volunteer people, including board members that used to like run the electrical department and that kind of thing, and I'm not suggesting that, don't worry. In this was the discussion of the Martin Parcel Trail in your report. In the Dr. Bach plan, there was contemplated a specific set of trails there, if you want to call them that, that was the result of a lot of public input and back and forth and compromises and arguments and all that kind of thing. And
yes,
it contemplated a loop trail
yeah,
that would start in Bone Park, loop around. It would be marked in, maybe crushed gravel, that sort of thing. And with a fairly narrow connecting trail to South St. Vrain Road.
yes,
And there was a lot of controversy about that, and it wasn't gonna be particularly signed. It would let
Yes.
people get there. But
yes,
we weren't gonna like use it as a regional connecting trail. And
yes.
so the work, as far as the Martin parcel, is there any move underway on staff to try to implement what was hammered out in the Dr. Bach plan? Because that was
Yeah.
2017, and here we
If you
are.
look at the PowerPoint that was attached, it
Yeah.
actually shows the Dr. Bach plan
Yeah.
and the loop. And then there's what's currently is in the on the Martin parcel for social trails that people made themselves. Which of those should be closed, which should be formalized. And then, there, after the Dr. Bach, when the comprehensive plan came up, it was talked about again, about a connector on public property that would then delineate the private parcel next to it with a fence, trees, other things. So anyone that was using it would stay on public property. And thus, the cost of this project, the end of County Road 69, we have about 40 feet. There's a survey in there as well that shows public property. We should have plenty of room to do a 15-foot gate delineating, stay here and don't go on this person's property. So the county we suggested we could cut back our budget if the county would take care of the clearing of that road themselves with their own public works crew. And they were open to talking about that. So we are trying to respect both, not to advertise this as the regional connection, but it would be available for that if needed, because the trailhead, people could park and pay at Second Avenue parking, as well as on the Red Gulch Road parking. But no, the county, we try to respect both of those things and actually help the neighbor with delineating public property.
So the Parks Department of the town is working toward implementing that trail.
Yes,
Work with the county.
both the Dr. Bob and the comp plan, because it's shown in our as a regional connection.
The discussion at the time that Ian Bright was the chair of the Parks Commission and also had a lot of experience in the national parks. The warning was if we don't implement that loop trail and the small connector trail,
Yeah.
what you're gonna have is social trails not going everywhere, and that's exactly what's happening.
That's what happened.
Well,
So yeah,
this is
take a
being implemented, it
Okay.
sounds like.
Yeah, so take a look at that PowerPoint. There's the current trail system and what's being proposed based on the Dr. Bob loops. And to keep it as natural as possible for those folks who still want a nature area to go play in.
And with regard to the report on the Tamburello property in
Yeah.
particular, is the hole gonna be there throughout the summer with that flimsy chain link fence around it?
Still to be determined. I think if you read that, their insurance has authorized that the fence is okay. I mean, that is a true defensible space, but, they are working with some folks in the area for potential for an art display. But I think until they decide if they're going to sell as is, or if they're going to redevelop it themselves, I think they have an interest in keeping the basement.
Okay, I happen to be looking for other reasons at a February meeting of the prior board. Those questions are asked back in February and concerns expressed by the prior board members of, we can't let this sit there all summer, but it is sitting there all summer. Whatever their insurance company says about their fence, I can tell you when I was 13 years old, I could have climbed that fence in 5 seconds. And I have real concerns about that being there as a safety issue and nuisance issue all summer. And it's clearly a nuisance under our code. And do we need to get him in here for the board to ask him questions? I think that would help if he could face the board and we could question him. What are you gonna do about the hole?
He was here in April.
Yeah, he was, certainly, yeah.
Yeah, he came in front of the board, but I believe, Attorney Dittman, you had a different opinion on whether or not this classified a nuisance.
I have not made a formal opinion on it, or not have been asked recently. And
And so maybe what we do.
Someone did and said this did not fit it.
Yeah,
Maybe-
I did. You and I were talking.
Maybe
about-
perhaps what we do is have staff look into this, put it on a future agenda for a more fulsome discussion that the property owner can attend.
I just want to get an update to you guys as soon as possible initially, but, and I also have those preliminary drawings he referred to, if you want to look at this.
It's nice what he's gonna do in the future and he works it out great, but I'm worried about the present and the summer.
Understood.
I think it's a great idea, put it
Okay.
on a future agenda and let's talk about whether it's a nuisance. and then
Yes,
talk about it.
we'll
Good.
do that. Okay. Anything else? No? Okay. Legal update, please.
Thank you, Mayor Rogan. Before I begin the legal update, I did want to introduce someone from our team, Betsy Stewart, an associate attorney in our office. She's watching tonight, just observing the proceedings of the board. So on our dime, of course, but wanted to introduce her since she was on tonight. So maybe you have an opportunity to work with the town in the future. So there's Betsy. You can see her on screen.
Nice to meet everybody.
Yeah. Other than that, I have a fairly significant update on the legislative session, which just concluded. The governor does have until June 15th to either sign or veto bills. So there's still some questions on what the total impact of the session is, but we do have a pretty decent idea about some of the most impactful bills for our interests. I should probably preface all this by saying this was the most active legislative session in Colorado history by a pretty significant margin. There were 705 bills introduced this year, of which 525 passed. So not only a record number of bills being introduced, but also being passed. So a pretty incredible percentage of success for those bills which did get introduced. I'm going to run through just a few of the bills, that have impacts on our interests. If you have any more specific questions, I'll do my best to answer them because there are so many. I have not read all of these in great detail, but I've read many of them in great detail. And some of these we have talked about to some degree in different meetings this year. So some of this may be familiar, including the first one, which I was going to discuss, which is the ADU bill, HB 24-1152, which was signed by the governor already. This bill has a lot of prefatory language in it, describing in great detail all the problems with housing in Colorado. I wanted to point out for the town, because we have a long history of ADU regulation in Lyons. There is a process in there for being partially exempted from some of that bill. That seems pretty lengthy. I've not had a great opportunity to analyze, but it is a pretty substantial bill, one that was opposed by CML. Some amendments were made. But given that housing was such a big push, this is one of the ones that did make it out of the legislative session. Another bill that may be of interest to us is HB 24-1107. This concerns legal review of local government housing decisions, land use decisions regarding housing. And it was actually kind of a nice thing for local governments. And basically what it says, it's a pretty simple bill, is that if we make a land use decision on a multifamily housing development of 5 units or more, and someone appeals our decision that isn't the applicant for that project, and we prevail in court, then we get all our attorney's fees. And it's only a one-way provision. It only applies in that very specific situation where an opponent of that project sues the town for approving the multifamily housing development. We win, and we automatically get all of our attorney's fees back. So a good thing for local government to have in their back pocket for those types of situations. Another one we have that actually failed at the last minute, but I wanted to mention that was HB 24-1168, and this was the streaming of public meetings bill that we've talked to some degree about over the course of this year. That did fail at the last minute. My understanding from speaking to CML and with CAMU is that this bill will be coming back next year, but I just want to let you know that it did fail. So there, at least currently, there is no specific requirement that all public meetings, no matter whether it be the Board of Trustees or otherwise, be streamed, at least currently. So I wanted to put that out there. The next one, which I think we discussed at a previous meeting, was HB 24-1304. That's concerning parking requirements. And so this, on its face, preempts all parking requirements for residential housing as part of the overall kind of overhaul of housing policy in Colorado. There is an exception that if the proposed residential development has 20 or more units, we can impose parking requirements of up to one parking spot per unit if certain other requirements are met. There's a whole laundry list of different things we have to require as part of that, also imposing that requirement. So there is some limited option to impose parking requirements, but for the most part, we are no longer allowed to apply parking requirements to residential housing. So that's a pretty big change in state policy. The next one, which is a good one for us, is HB 24-1454. This is concerning the digital ADA requirements, as I call them. We're required to make all digital media of the town, including the town's website, the town's other social media, basically anything the town does, digitally, needs to be made accessible for, in that of course, we take a variety of different formats of what accessibility means. The original compliance deadline for that was this July. That has since been extended out with pursuant to this bill an additional year. So that gives the town time to have an accessibility plan in place to make sure that the website meets the latest and greatest WCAG 2.0 guidelines. So that's a good thing, since that was a pretty soon deadline, and the state OIT had only just recently implemented actual rules on how to comply. So that was a good one. We'd already talked earlier about SB 24-233. That's the property tax amendment. Again, I don't have a whole lot of details on that beyond what we had talked about the last meeting. And then the last one I wanted to kind of mention was SB 24-212, which was it creates an obligation for the Energy and Carbon Management Commission, which is a rebranding of the Oil and Gas Commission in Colorado, to provide technical assistance to local governments who request it for siting of renewable energy projects. And so it's unlikely that we need to deal with this issue in lines, but I know from some of my other clients, if you have a giant solar project or a giant wind project, a transmission line meant to supply those facilities, it's fairly rare that you have the in-house expertise to help process those applications. And so this creates an explicit mandate of the Energy and Carbon Management Commission to help provide some of that review of those projects. So if we ever get one of those projects in town, it's a good benefit for us. And so that's a rundown of all the bills that, at least on the face that I've been looking at that are important to us. I'm sure there'll be more information as the governor signs and/or vetoes legislation, but just want to give the board kind of a rundown of the legislative session as it has since concluded. So that's all I have. Happy to answer any questions if you have any. Otherwise, thanks for listening to me.
Thank you, Attorney Dittman. It was a heck of a session. I'm not sure we needed 500 new laws in the state of Colorado. Any questions for Attorney Dittman?
Attorney Dittman, on the ADU bill, I haven't seen still the final version of it. Is there anything in that bill as it's passed that would restrict the ability of a town like Lyons that controls its own local utilities to use things like utility tap fees and water share requirements to administer its ADU policy. Because, and I asked that because our history was that before we waived tap fees for ADUs that met our criteria, less than 800 square feet and other things, there weren't any being built. And so Lions, can we still use our control over our local utilities to somewhat regulate ADUs, or is there something in the bill that would stop us from doing that?
Yeah, so the way the bill works from my read of it, and again, it's a quite lengthy and complex bill, so I can't speak of all exact details, is that basically sets a floor for Colorado communities saying if you at a minimum, you need to allow this to permit ADUs in your community. And at least my interpretation so far has been is that we are already doing a lot of the things that that bill requires. And it doesn't speak at all to the creation of incentives for utilities. I think it does speak, I believe, again, it's a lengthy bill and I haven't read through it in as much detail as I would like. It would maybe prevent us saying, putting additional burdens of utilities on ADUs. We're not doing that though. We're using our utilities to incentivize the creation of ADUs. And I don't think there's any risk of that being somehow preempted by this legislation.
Yeah. Any other questions for the attorney? No, thank you. Have fun reading those 500 bills.
I'm not going to read all of them. I'm going to read some of them.
All right, we'll move on to ordinances and public hearings. So tonight we have second reading and public hearing of ordinance 1159. An ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, adopting by reference the 2024 edition of the model traffic code within the town. Who would like to take the staff report for this? It's not like
It's coding model traffic code.
Well, I did it the last time.
Well, I think we can be brief with the staff report.
Yeah, I don't,
Do you want me to do it or were you gonna?
yeah, you
I wasn't sure.
We can be brief.
Right, so again, the second reading, at the first reading, we did have the update that we were moving to the 2020, and then it quickly became the 2024 model traffic code. Sergeant Sears and I tried to put what we could together on some of the changes. You might have seen that the last document in your packet had some really quick ones to offer some of the changes that were in the 2024 code. Then we did also put together what CML had done over the last 10 years under the transportation section of all the bills, because the model traffic code takes what the state does for the state statute 42, I believe it is, now that I'm learning all the traffic code. And then they just, after the state does that, it gets put into the model traffic code by the Department of Transportation. So this was the second reading, and I think it probably be easiest to open it up to any questions if you would, those have gone through some of the changes to see if there's questions on any specific changes.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any questions for staff regarding the 2024 model traffic code? Okay. Then Attorney Dittman, I open the public hearing now, correct? All right.
That's correct, yeah.
Then I will open the public hearing. Anybody who would like to speak about the adoption of ordinance 1159? No one? No one? Okay, closing the public hearing and I'll entertain a motion.
Yep, I move to approve ordinance 1159, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, adopting by reference the 2024 edition of the model traffic code within the town upon second reading.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Discussion. No discussion. Okay. All right, if there's no discussion, then I will call for the vote.
That motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, everybody. Congratulations, Sergeant Sears.
Aaron did all the work.
Congratulations, Aaron. Next up, we have the second reading and public hearing for ordinance 1160, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, repealing section 13-160 of the Lions Municipal Code regarding deposits for new utility accounts. We have a brief staff report on that, please.
Yeah,
So
just as
do
a,
we-
Aaron, do you want to, we could, either one of us can do it.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so this is a quick reminder to the Board of Trustees about what this is about. During a CAMO meeting in February, we were discussing the PUC's updates to the policies concerning utility deposits. Those rules don't apply to us necessarily, but there's always, you know, the potential they could apply to us. And there's been very active state legislation in this area to, you know, make utility policy more fair in Colorado. And part of that discussion led to myself, Director Kaplan, and Jim Kerr speaking that, you know, trying to wonder what our policies were, you know, how much we have in terms of deposits and what interest rates we're charging. And in speaking amongst ourselves and with Finance Director Eystone, we came to the conclusion that it probably wasn't worth it for the town to have a deposit policy. The administrative costs of administering these programs were not worth it for the benefit that we were getting out of them. So we thought it was best, you know, given what we currently have and what the potential is for future for additional changes in arena, that it would be best just to do away with utility deposits. So I think that's a pretty brief summary of the history here and why we're requesting this. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Any questions about this topic? All right, I will open the public hearing on ordinance 1160 regarding deposits for new utility accounts. Anybody like to speak to that? No, not a soul. All right, I will close the public hearing and entertain a motion. Trustee Datsun.
I move to approve ordinance 1160, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, repealing section 13-1-60 of the Lyons Municipal Code regarding deposits for new utility accounts upon the second reading.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion on this one? Let's vote.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. All right, next up, we have the first reading of ordinance 1161 and ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, amending chapter 16 of the Lyons Municipal Code to add new sections concerning amending planned unit developments.
Yes, I'll take this. So, again, I've been here for about 4 months, and so far we've had 3 property owners that have existing PUDs come to the town with some substantial changes and then some minor tweaks that they want to make to their existing PUD agreements. So I went through the code and tried to figure out the best way to do that. And there's not one. So simply put, we do not have a PUD amendment process within the town's code of ordinances. So that being said, what you all have in front of you is an amendment. It's not even an amendment, it's an addition. And the sole purpose is right now, if you have an amendment that you want to make to a PUD, you have to go through the town's full rezoning process, which is just disingenuous to both, you know, the administration and the hearing process, because it's truly not new, but then also it's very burdensome on the applicant to provide a lot of information that simply is not needed for some of these changes. So for the past 2 PCDC meetings, we worked through this ordinance, went through it. The first time they had some amendments they wanted to see, made those amendments. And at our last PCDC meeting, I had 7 more clarification edits that they wanted to see, but they did pass unanimously. Sorry, I can't say that word. And I said it this morning, unanimously this morning, or unanimously at their last meeting, that they would like to forward this with a positive recommendation to you all if I made those 7 amendments, and I have done that at this point. My apologies for not having a resolution from them to you all. I will have plenty more code updates coming in the future. I will make sure that's a part of my process.
It's actually not a requirement. It's something we just typically do.
So at any rate, this does have the PCDC's full support and has gone through that process. and kind of summary of what it looks like. Instead of just having one PUD amendment process, spoke with the PCDC about trying to separate a minor and a major. And there is quite, and the difference between that minor and major are, the submittal requirements are a little bit less. They're still pretty much the same. But then a minor is an administrative approval. And the reason again for that is if somebody, you know, as part of their site plan, they had, you know, a dormer and they want to change the design a little bit or have a cupola or something that's not going to really change the face of the building. Or if they want to, you know, they had a site plan that calls for this. And when they get out into the field and actually do the work, that building needs to be adjusted a little bit. That's the reason for kind of that, you know, administrative review and approval, just to kind of streamline that process. But there is quite a lot of discretion built in. Purposes for my discretion, or not my discretion, but in writing the code for that discretion is to be able to bump these up to a major. And that's, you know, that's really part of that language is for staff to be able to say, you know, this seems like a significant change. We're going to go ahead and take this through the full process. But that we did, as the PCDC, we did speak about that term a lot, but they are comfortable kind of bisecting an administrative process with a full process that goes in front of you all. And with that, I'll answer any questions.
Questions? Planner Bowen.
I've got a general question first for Attorney Dittman. And that is the PUD provisions in the municipal code are part of Article 16, Chapter 16 of the Lyons Municipal Code. And there's a process within Chapter 16 for zoning amendments. And it's a process that we've tweaked a number of times over the years. It has a number of things in there, protections for neighboring property owners and a number of things. Why doesn't that zoning amendment process apply to PUDs?
Because a PUD is a separate process. If you go through the PUD approval process, it is its own kind of rezoning, but changing a PUD is not a zoning amendment. They're different. And if you see this reflected in other codes throughout Colorado, where if you have a PUD amendment process, it's a standalone thing. Otherwise, it's process of rezoning, not a zoning amendment. And I realize, you know, that's
So
go ahead.
A PUD revision is not considered, even a major one is not considered a rezoning.
A PUD, if you any change to a PUD is considered a rezoning, not a zoning amendment.
I guess that's drawing a fine line. Okay, accepting that, then my concerns become the things that are built into the rezoning process in section 1650-30 that have been worked out over the years and tweaked and everything. A number of those aren't picked up in this proposed amendment to the
Well,
PUD process.
do you have a question
So,
in there?
and so my question is, has anybody looked on the staff of which of those provisions in the rezoning section 1650-30 should be carried over into an amended PUD? Like notice of surrounding property owners being the one that stood out to me.
Yeah, so I can only speak for what I've done, which is I received this on Wednesday of this week and, you know, tweaked the existing form that, you know, fix some issues that I saw on it. You know, I haven't looked specifically at that. I mean, I think we've already, you know, kind of thought about there may be needing some amendments to line up some things, you know, to fix some of those issues. I mean, you know, given that how little I had involved in this, you know, I did not look specifically at that issue.
Here's another example. I would ask this question for Planner Bowen. What appeal right, if something is considered a major PUD amendment, what appeal rights does the applicant have if the staff denies his or her major amendment? I don't see that in here.
Yeah, so, sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
So for every zoning process, for every administrative process within the town's code, it is the full legal right of any aggrieved party to amend or to appeal that decision. And so that's baked in for every administrative decision. We went as the PCDC, because that came up to put that language within that individual process. And this isn't making future promises for workload, but what we're trying to move to for PCDC and to really clean up the town's processes is to pull out all process language from each of these and to make one single title or one single chapter that has every one of the town's zoning or administrative processes all the way to BOT. And then you'll have one chart, so you'll be able to see from pre-application meeting to, your 30-day appeal period on the same chart for each one of our application types. And that's the general hope here, is that, because this has come up, a couple of times, is, for development review, you have referral times that are stated here that are different than the PUD process, and that's different than the annexation process. So able to take out all that confusion and kind of align the code, at least in my opinion, to where it's easy to administer, but also for people out in the community to read. It's really going to be that chapter that outlines that process.
Let's pause here, because I think Attorney Dittman had something he wanted to interject.
I think actually, Planner Bowen kind of said what I was going to say, which, one, there is a right in the general provisions of the code to appeal any administrative decisions. But additionally, we did recognize, at least I recognize, that was not spelled out specifically in this section like it is in the development review section. And that would be one of the things I would support, would be, saying specifically within the initial portion of this ordinance that the determination of a major versus minor PUD may be amended, consistent with what it says in the development review process.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's one of the amendments I have on my roll sheet here.
Another question I have, and again, this takes up something from the rezoning provisions in 16, 15, 30. It's missing here. One of the things that classifies proposal as a major development proposal is if there's going to be a new building of more than 2,000 square feet. But there was no, that I could see, objective criterion like that in this draft. There was just like a really more of a subjective of what's significant and what's not. And it seems like to me, if that's enough of a change, adding a new building to trigger a major development proposal, the same thing ought to trigger if somebody's got an existing PUD and wants to put a new building of more than 2,000 square feet, that ought to also trigger it for that, rather than just being the subjective, is this really significant? Those are my questions.
Yeah, and as the PCDC, we struggled a lot with the significantly language, and if that's something that you all would like to see cleaned up, we can certainly do that.
We had a discussion about that at the PCDC meeting.
Other questions for staff?
Attorney Dittman?
I also wanted to address the substantial language, briefly. So, it's also an issue I know I already kind of recognized in discussions earlier today. And I will say there always is, of course, a kind of a balance at the strike between allowing for flexibility to make the determination based on unique circumstances and having objective criteria to kind of put guardrails on the decision-making ability of staff. I did do some research today on kind of different PUD amendment code provisions in other jurisdictions. Most of them are pretty subjective, I will say. I looked at Centennial, Mountain Village, Avon, a few others that have specific requirements for these. The one that I did find that was fairly objective was Telluride. Telluride. And they have, objective criteria and then a whole bunch of lists of subjective criteria. And the objective criteria is for ground coverage of structures being increased by more than 3%, or the floor area within existing structures being increased by more than 2%. And so that's the only one I saw that had any sort of kind of objective criteria to it.
And that's what I was looking for when we talked about it, the PCDC.
Yep.
Yeah. And there's, I think by trustee Hammond, there's a couple of copies of printouts of. Yeah, could you pass that along? Thank you. Yes. Well, if there are no more questions, I would entertain a motion. Whoever can get there first.
I got there.
Okay.
I move to approve ordinance 1161. An ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, amending chapter 16 of the Lyons Municipal Code to add new sections concerning amending planned unit developments upon first reading.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. I passed out a sheet of proposed amendments and requests. And I would like to, though, first defer to anybody else who'd like to kick off the discussion.
I would say generally, I don't think this is quite ready for prime time yet. It sounds like the town attorney hasn't had very much time to look at this and put in his input. And I know this is just first reading, but if we're gonna go through some substantive amendments and stuff, I'd really like to see this more time to look at what the PCDC did and more time to get the town attorney's comments before I feel comfortable voting on it, voting for it, I should say.
Do we, thank you for that. What is the time constraint with this?
It's really just the number of applicants that have had to go through major and have expressed, the cost and time that takes. There is, I mean, it would not matter if you want to give it a 4-week versus a 2-week, or whatever you decide.
Would you, so are you suggesting that we make a motion to table this?
Or postpone it until a date certain, or we could get a single version with proposed the PCDC changes and attorney comments and everything, get that in front of us first before we have to kind of do it piecemeal.
He's already submitted.
Attorney Dittman?
Yeah, I will say the PCDC amendments have been incorporated, and I've done my amendments to make it. I have, reviewed this and put in, edits based on what was existing. I haven't done this kind of substantive kind of changes, that you were kind of recommending. And, we've already thought of a few that may make sense. Another option may be to put this on for a workshop too. Could be another option to kind of work on some of the issues. But I think the stress, of course, is timing, right? And then there are a number of PUD amendments that people want to make after, during my entire tenure of being here, never having a PUD amendment that suddenly there's multiple applicants. But whatever the board wishes to do.
How do other folks feel about this? About what trustee Browning suggests?
To table it? I'd be okay with that. I'd like to see the totality. I'd like to see the whole amendment before, the whole.
This says the whole.
Right.
This is it.
Right.
I thought these were amendments to it.
Yes, these are amendments that I would like to propose, but other than that, this is.
Have you sent those to the attorney?
No, but I sent them to Dolores earlier to print, so maybe she could forward them to the attorney.
Maybe he can determine if they're substantial enough to need to have another first reading.
Yeah, I don't think they are, but.
Or if it could go to second.
I mean, I would like to continue moving this along. I think staff and the attorney have spent time on it. PCDC has spent at least one meeting on it. Linda, I was at 2 meetings on it. So, there are some issues that I'd like to discuss, but I think I feel comfortable moving it to second reading if the board agrees.
Sure. The amendments you've recommended, I agree. And I think this.
All right, well, then maybe I'll walk through these amendments and they address some of trustee Browning's concerns. The first thing I would like to see is that objective criteria. And this is something that we talked about at PCDC. So I would like to see definitions for the words significantly and substantially adverse. Objective, if at all possible. And we can tweak those on second reading if they need to be tweaked, but the last thing I want is for someone to say, well, the town administrator says this is significant, I don't think it is, or vice versa, or a neighbor. So I think just having some guidelines about what that means is important because it's subjective. In 8A, and I'm looking at the actual resolution itself, not the draft. It mentions the reasonable judgment of the reviewer, but that's not mentioned anywhere else. So is it I guess it's a question, is it customary to have some sort of introductory phrase that mentions everything is in the reasonable judgment of the reviewer?
I would say no, just because, you know, if in order for any decision of the town to be, oh, can you hear me? Sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, so my recommendation is like that phrase is not necessary. It does not, it's not detrimental in any way, but it's also not necessary because everything we do has to be reasonable, and not arbitrary and capricious, right? Because anyone can challenge our decisions as both as a board or a staff as being arbitrary and capricious at any time. And so it's assumed that everything we do is reasonable or should be.
Okay, so if I, should I make these amendments one at a time? We vote on them one at a time, Attorney Detman?
That would be standard, yes.
Okay, so my first amendment is that I would like to add definitions, objective if possible.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah,
Go ahead. Objective if possible for the terms significantly and substantially adverse.
So I'm going to respond to that. So I don't think we can make that amendment just because I can't guess what your intentions are, I guess. You know, what I could do is take that feedback and then bring you back something on second reading to that effect. But we can't pass that as an amendment because it's not specific, right, as to what you want. If that makes sense.
Yeah, okay, good. Then my first amendment would be under major PUD amendment item 8B, remove the phrase in the reasonable judgment of the approver.
Done.
And so I'm looking for a second on that. There's a second. Any discussion on that? All right, we'll vote on that amendment.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. The next one is a little bit more substantive. So under major PUD amendment, and pardon me while I get up to that paragraph. So the introduction under 16.4.260 currently reads, the town administrator or designee shall determine whether submitted PUD amendment is a major PUD. This determination shall be based on the following criteria. So I added to that, and what I added was, and you should have this, Brandon, I think by now, and made and communicated to the applicant within 1 week of their pre-application meeting referenced in the below section. So, and Administrator Simons and staff, you tell me whether you think that's reasonable. But what I want to avoid there is a prolonged process.
Sure.
And I want people to, not that I think the process would be prolonged, but I think it's important for people to know what that timeline is. And then the next sentence reads, the applicant can appeal this determination to the Board of Trustees. So that covers that. So
My only comment would be is if someone was on vacation for a week, I would prefer it say maybe 10 days.
Okay.
Just because, I mean, again, we don't have depth.
Yeah.
In
And that aligns with our completeness review
it's
language.
10 days.
10 days. Okay.
No more than 10 days is fine.
Okay.
We will always try to do it within a week, but just because people sometimes do take a week.
Yeah. Okay, I'm good with that. So that would be my suggested amendment then within 10 days of the pre-application meeting. Attorney Dittman?
Can I make it one other suggested drafting kind of alteration if I may?
You betcha.
So rather than have it as part of the first paragraph, says this determination shall be based on the following criteria. And then kind of amending it after that, but put it after the list. So that way we don't, the list is clear still. And say that the determination of whether it is a major versus a minor amendment shall be communicated to the applicant within 1 week of the pre-application or 10 days, so on and so forth after that list, if that makes sense. So that way the
That
list,
makes,
yeah.
Yeah, I'm good with that. Okay. All right, so that's the proposed amendment. Is there a second? Any discussion on that? Okay, I'll for vote on what amendment?
That motion passes unanimously.
Okay, I have two more, but they're not complicated. Under section 16.4.270 review process 6A. It currently says the PCDC must deliberate within 45 days. I'd like to make it more clear about what is expected besides deliberation. So the draft is the PCDC must deliberate, host a public hearing, and provide a recommendation to the Board of Trustees within 45 days of the application being deemed complete. So it kind of outlines the whole PCDC process.
Can you repeat that? Sorry, I was still trying to draft the previous amendment.
Does he not have that?
Yeah, yeah, you should have
I
it in
do.
your,
Okay,
yeah, send it over.
I have it. Thank you.
Yep,
It's 45 days seem reasonable. You know, it's complex even.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably
that's what the
longer than our
PCDC agreed
timeline that
to.
we hit now.
Yeah.
anyway, so,
Yeah, the PCDC agreed to the 45 days. It was just adding the extra detail.
Yeah.
More than deliberating.
Yeah.
Got it.
Do you have that, Brandon?
Yes, I have it. Thank you.
Okay. So that is my proposed amendment. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
That motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. And the final one is very minor, but I think important. 5C originally says action taken on these decisions should be reported to the BCDC and BOT within 30 days. I would just like to strike action taken on because it's the decisions that are being communicated, not any action. Unless,
if I may also, just to capture, I think the PC, because this was a direct request. Instead of should, I think that might say shall, just
Yeah,
to keep
thank you.
staff more.
Yes.
So I would like to make that friendly amendment to my amendment.
These decisions shall be reported to the PCDC and BOT within 30 days. So I'm looking for a second on that.
Okay.
Any discussion on that? Thank you, we'll vote. Thank you.
Motion passes unanimously.
That ends my amendments. Any other amendments to this? Any other discussion?
Yeah.
We vote on first, yes.
I'm gonna be voting no on this, for the reason that I don't think it adequately addresses the rights of neighboring landowners to be a part of its process. I think that's a defect that could be cured on second reading, so I will support this on second reading, but for that reason, I can't support this as it's drafted right now.
Would you like to make an amendment now? Or would you like to wait?
Not right now.
Okay,
Not able to do it at the moment.
okay, thank you, appreciate that. I'll call for vote.
And it passes 6-1.
Thank you.
That's a third.
Give it a second. So it is now 9:08 p.m. We're 8 minutes past our 9 o'clock check-in time. After we do this check-in, we'll take a break because I think we could all probably use one. So the 9 o'clock check-in is to see whether, take a look at what's left on the agenda, which is quite a bit, and see whether there is anything trustees would like to continue to a date certain or any other suggestions.
I'll just throw out that I think the item it's on the consent agenda, but it's gonna be pulled on the housing coordinator issue is gonna take a while. I've got a lot of questions about it. I just throw that out.
I do too.
So whether the.
Let the board, please. So do you have a suggestion about moving something or?
I didn't think that item belonged on the consent agenda to begin with, because I think it creates some, raises some major policy issues in several respects. So my preference would be to put that on a subsequent agenda, and put it on as a general business item. And give better notice to the public that it may be taken up, because that on a consent agenda is not really, doesn't really highlight it enough in my opinion.
What is the time frame for getting a commitment or not?
Jola is expecting grants by Friday.
Okay.
But I do have a question too about this grant submittal. It is within my spending limits. And it is a staffing issue, which is my prerogative as well. And so I do have a question. If that comes into play with this at all, since this is a temporary position. That's within my budget.
I would like to keep this on the agenda for tonight.
I would too. I'd like to do it tonight if we can.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I'll wait for board.
Anyone else? I think in looking at the rest of the items on the under general business, I think we can get through them pretty quickly. Especially since we had a couple of good workshops prior to the meeting. So Administrator Simonson, did you have a suggestion?
I do have one suggestion. If possible, before we take a break, so staff can be done for the night, wondering if we could get through the first reading of the Spirit Hounds lease and then take a break. And then maybe suggest if trustee reports are not critical to submit those in writing or just highlight, because that can take another 5 minutes versus 7 is another 40 minutes. Those would be my suggestions. And unless something else is removed from consent, maybe if that occurs, discuss if it can be delayed or not.
Yeah, okay. I'm good with, unless there's something of vital importance, like the chicken's about to hatch at the library for trustee reports. I think submitting them in writing is fine.
Those are submitted.
To Victoria and Dolores, and then they will disseminate them to the board.
I'll attach them to the minutes.
And if there's action items implicated in those, do you record those or?
They'll be part of whatever you submit will become part of the record, and then the board can review the minutes for the next meeting.
Okay.
I do have a quick agenda request thing, but it won't take long. Just want to clarify a date for.
Okay, we can do it. We'll do that at the end of the meeting. Remind me if I forget, okay?
Okay.
Okay, so let us then move on to thank you for that, the first reading of ordinance 1162, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, regarding First Amendment to a lease of town property adjacent to 4100 and 4196 Ute Highway, Lyons, Colorado, 805402 Spirit Hound Distillers. We have a brief staff report on that.
Yes, Tracy's here.
Great.
Evening, Mayor and trustees. This is the request. This is an amendment to the existing Spirit Hounds lease agreement. The original lease agreement required them to modify the existing storage building on the property by June 1st, 2024 to allow for construction of the St. Vrain Trail extension. And they missed that deadline date and approached the board on May 6th and asked for an extension. And the board agreed to give them extension to September 1st, 2024. And so this is an amendment to that lease agreement to allow that extension to modify that building by September 1st.
Thank you very much. Should be no surprises here, but are there any questions?
One quick one. The 20,000 that the town is going to provide toward the building modifications, does that include the utility connections or not? Are the utility connections to be done in addition to the 20,000?
I'll let Attorney Detman answer that one.
So it depends. There are some utility connections that's on them and some that are on us. So everything internal to the building is on them and everything outside is on us according to the lease, the existing lease, which we are not amending, any of the utility sections. This is just for the modification of the building.
Okay, so the town is gonna pay for the addition of the outside utilities, correct?
Basically to bring distribution to the building, but not any of the internal wiring of the
Right.
building.
So who is gonna actually do that? Is it gonna be contracted out?
The internal wiring is all on them. Yeah.
No, I'm talking about the outside.
Yep.
Utility
So
connection.
that building, is it Longmont or Lions?
Yeah, I didn't know that was in there. It's that Longmont Electric is Spirit Hounds is Longmont Electric.
Right. But who's gonna do the actual connection is my question. And we're supposed to pay for that. The town of Lyons is supposed to pay for that.
Normally, I would think an electrician is gonna bring the wiring up to where Longmont wants it, just like they would for us, and then Longmont makes the connection.
And so that's
As far as-
a contractor that the town of Lyons would hire.
No, Longmont would send us a bill.
Oh, city of Longmont, because it's your utility
Yeah.
would hire
They would send us a bill.
any idea of the cost of that?
Yeah, I don't know what they
That
need to
we,
do.
that's not germane to this.
Well,
amendment,
it's part of the lease that we're gonna provide the utilities.
which has already,
Sorry.
that if you would like to take another look at that section of the lease in the future, that, I think that's fine, but this is regarding the date.
But I'm trying to determine before I vote to, with this lease, what's it gonna cost the town of Lyons? That's my question.
Fair question.
Do they not have electric?
No,
And they want electric to that building?
yes.
Yeah,
There was a cap of $20,000, I believe. That was
for the building mod, or for the.
That's not-
that-
Yeah, and I made it explicit as part of this amendment, the $20,000, but that's for the building modifications. It's not for the utilities. There's a whole separate, and I can pull up the whole lease, whole separate section regarding utilities. And it says that they're responsible for all the internal wiring and we're responsible for, bringing distribution there. And that was, what we had previously passed, so.
5,000, I was gonna say. Yeah, I'm gonna guess 5. But I don't know, again, if Longmont needs to add a transformer or anything, I don't know what they're doing that they need. Is it just standard outlets?
I
Then
think just
hopefully they don't need anything additional. They may know, I don't know if they made any changes with their recent work, but right, that will help tonight.
This is first reading, so maybe we could get a little more information on that for second
Sure.
reading. That'd be
Sure.
appropriate.
Any other comments? Okay. Did we get a motion on this? I can't remember.
We did not.
I would entertain a motion then.
I move to approve ordinance 1162, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving the First Amendment to a lease of town property adjacent to 4100 and 4196 Ute Highway, Lyons, Colorado, 80540 to Spirit Hound Distillers on first reading.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, I'll call the vote.
That motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. That was the second reading, and we will take a break and let staff go home before it ends. It's just Tracy. Thank you. Get going, everybody?
Ready?
I would love it open if everybody
Oh,
else
it
is
feels
okay
so
with
good.
that. The air is great.
Yeah.
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 It must be hot up there at all the time.
Yeah, unless the sirens start again in earnest. But if anybody wants it closed, let Douglas know. He's the board guy this evening. All right. All right, Clerk Vasquez, will you please read the consent agenda into the record?
Yes, item one is resolution 2024-44, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving an increase in the monthly fee to provide enhanced emergency 911 telephone services. Item two is resolution 2024-45, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving an agreement with BC Services Incorporated for collection services. Item three is resolution 2024-46, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, accepting quitclaim deeds for parcel numbers 12031000031, 1203191000031, 1203191340006, and 1203-2020-1014 from Lions Valley Park Incorporated. Item four is resolution 2024-47, resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving the submittal of a DOLA local planning capacity grant application for a shared housing position with Netherland. Item five is resolution 2024-48, resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, awarding a construction agreement to Powell Restoration Incorporated for depot property landscape upgrades, project number 24-depot-01. Item six are the May 6, 2024 regular Board of Trustees meeting minutes, and item seven are the May accounts payable.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? Second?
Second.
Items to remove?
Yes, I would like to remove, item 4 on the joint housing coordinator resolution.
Thank you.
I'd like to remove, item 3.
All right, anybody else? All right, let's vote on consent as amended.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. And because I believe item 3 will probably take less time than item 4, trustee Browning, are you okay with doing item 3 first?
Yeah, okay, I'll make this brief. I'm happy with Attorney Dickman's explanation of the deeds, that the quitclaim deeds fulfill the legal obligations of the transference of these deeds to the town of Lyons. The one thing that I was just made aware of is that I think in the cover memo or the resolution, it talks about them being conveyed pursuant to the completion of all filings of the Lyons Valley Park subdivision. The only problem is that the triangle lot was not part of that. That was an add-on, a most welcome add-on, but it was an add-on nonetheless. So do we need to change the resolution to somehow reflect that?
Yeah, so
Attorney Dittman?
I think we can just delete out that parcel number out of that whereas clause, and it should correct that issue. There's actually no even requirement we do this resolution. The moment those deeds are recorded, they've been transferred to the town. This is really a record keeping function by doing these resolutions to accept it. So I think this to be accurate, if you'd like, we can just delete out that parcel number from that resolution. But it will still accept it. We just won't say in the whereas clause it was a requirement of the SIA.
Whatever you think is appropriate. I didn't do my research. I don't know which one of those parcels is actually the triangle lot.
We can confirm that, and yeah, it's a little complicated, as you might expect, given there's numbers, right? They don't have addresses attached to them.
So we will take it out of the resolution?
Yeah, we'll take the parcel number out of the resolution, which corresponds to the triangle lot. I'll probably have to have Victoria confirm that for me.
Do we need to have a formal amendment to that resolution?
I think we need a motion in a second on this, and then you can make an amendment. Would you like to make a motion?
A motion to accept this?
a motion to pass resolution 2024-46.
Yes, I'll make a motion to move resolution 2024-46.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, would you like to make an amendment?
Yeah, I'd like to make an amendment to the, the fifth whereas to delete parcel 1203-202-01014.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion on that? Let's vote on that amendment.
That motion passes.
Can you
Unanimously, but
As I'm editing as we go, can you confirm to me again what the parcel number was that needs to be deleted?
It ends with 2014.
The one ending with
1014, the very last one.
1014. Okay.
great.
I have one other
Go ahead.
point of discussion and, Planner Bowen and Administrator Simonson can fill me in on this. At what point do we zone these parcels?
They are currently zoned, so until they're rezoned, they retain their current zoning.
So
We don't have to, the outlots do not have to be, I assume they revert
They're
to
zoned in
open space?
I guess that's a good branding question.
Attorney Denman?
Yeah, so they don't need to be rezoned and they're already zoned, I believe, commercial is what my understanding. Is that right, Victoria?
No, the three, just the
Three of them.
triangle is currently zoned business.
Yeah.
The other three outlots. I don't know if they have a zone. You looking at the zoning map? It's right here. It's the big L right here. I'll just pull up my zoning map and see what we have them as. I think they're residential, actually.
Yeah,
Let's
so long as they're
see.
annexed into the town, they should have the zoning designation already assigned to them, so. There's no time frame to do a rezoning, but that could be initiated at any time.
Let me see. Here it is. Okay, the L Hill is currently zoned. A1, actually,
It's ag.
A1, that other parcel, the little one adjacent to it. Gosh, it looks like R1. It's not defined as a separate parcel on
Well,
it.
you know, it was R1, because you remember that those two smaller lots next to the softball field were originally R1 under Markel's original plat, which he changed.
So it looks like two of them are R1 outlots. The large L Hill is A1 and the triangle is business. So they'll remain what they are until you choose
Unless
to
they're
rezone them.
we choose to rezone. So it's not like an
At
annexation.
whose impetus?
Or
They rezoned.
yours,
Okay,
yeah,
I think we should take that as a,
either item.
yeah.
Okay,
But in the meantime, that's what they are.
if there's nothing else, then we'll vote on that resolution.
It's hard to interject, but I do have something I'd like to recommend.
Unvote, okay.
So, I know we already did an amendment to change the fifth whereas clause or remove the triangle property, but reading it now as I'm trying to edit it, it may make more sense to add in a whereas clause to say that additionally the town was dedicated that property rather than delete out the one, because the fifth whereas clause only says we're accepting these ones. It doesn't say why. And so maybe it may be worth saying, rather than deleting out the one, adding in a new whereas clause says additionally the town was just dedicated that property. Does that make sense?
Are you okay with that?
Sure, sounds great.
All right, now let's vote.
the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so moving on to item 4, since I know Trustee Browning has a number of questions. I would like staff, if they're amenable, to give brief staff reports for some background on this.
Sure. Do you want to give me, oh,
Okay, yeah. You want me to, that's fine.
well, before you start, so I want to just clarify, what's on the agenda tonight is the resolution to submit an application jointly with Netherland to fund a temporary housing coordinator for the town of Lyons to have 20 hours for the next 20 hours per week for the next 3 years at $3,333 a year. This is separate from the housing authority that was approved by the board and supported with funding in February.
And that was to do a feasibility
That is to
study.
do a feasibility study on whether or not a peak-to-peak housing authority would be an option for the mountain communities. This is purely just for a grant-funded position to focus on housing for 3 years to get us through Prop 1, 2, 3.
Firebrand, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, no, just, I wanted to again say that these are two separate grants and that the first LPC grant was awarded to Gilpin County back in March. And we were a co-grantee of that. This position, again, will fill current gaps where we have, for housing policy changes, housing code changes. But then we'll also serve to help out that grant as well. Whatever consulting firm is chosen, they will be responsible for public engagement, for reaching out. So a lot of the legwork to take that work off planning staff. And that's especially true Netherlands because they only have one planner. I said in my memo, the cost to the town is 10,000, but I agree with public comment. There's always overhead. And that was in my memo that it will likely be up to Town of Lyons planning staff or me to administrate that grant, to do the reporting to goal to make sure that we're spending those funds correctly.
So, I have one quick question and then I'll hand it over to you, Trustee Browning. So Brandon earlier was talking about all of the housing bills. And there are a lot, and I've been told there are going to be more next year. And despite my personal best efforts, they passed. So the result of these bills means that we're gonna have to make changes to our codes. And could this person absolutely help translate what those bills mean to the town and suggest the code changes that we need?
That's correct.
Our intent was this person would be all things housing, attend human services and housing commission, be the liaison to this peak-to-peak consultant to, follow through and make recommendations regarding policy changes, code changes, as well as, respond to all these DOLA grants and things regarding housing, help the planning commission and the board identify if there's other housing strategies we're going to pursue to meet our obligations, and if so, we'll be drafting those and walking them through.
And we're a non-financial supporter of a Boulder OMC grant to clean up and streamline ordinances as well as all the communities. in
Through the
Boulder County.
regional housing program, this person would attend that on our behalf. So we have a stronger voice at the table because as we see often as a very small community, we just have different issues than those larger ones do, but we don't have any staff allocated to it. It's whatever Andrew and myself and trustees can devote to it. It takes a second. We always find ourselves up against timelines that are challenging.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
All right, Trustee Browning, over to you.
Okay, I have a number of questions. I'd like to start with a sentence in the cover memo that says, the town of Lyons supported and allocated $5,000 to this grant in February. Could either town administrator Simonson or planner Bowen walk me through exactly what was done in February and how the town of Lyons supported and allocated $5,000?
Yeah, so not this grant. So this is a separate, this is a separate. So The grant that came February 22nd, the board signed a letter of support
Yes.
and allocated $5,000 in matching funds for a grant that was submitted by Gilpin County. And the reason for that grant was to pull in Gilpin County, Nederland, and Lyons to a peak-to-peak regional housing feasibility study for the purpose of to see if a housing authority or multi-jurisdiction housing authority could even be done, and to also outline public engagement strategies. That consultant would be responsible for working with you all to figure out kind of our unique problems, but how to solve regional issues.
Right.
So that's that grant. We met today. Sorry?
No.
Oh, keep going. So so we met today. We're still waiting on what all this looks like with DOLA, because this is a fairly new concept in Colorado. There's really only 2 others, and they're not rural, or they have much more financial resources than we do. So this is kind of a test subject for Colorado. So Gilpin County, they just actually today, to kind of planners in the working group submitted their draft RFQ. And we'll be looking at that over the next few days, few weeks, and then we'll be bringing that at some point to the PCDC and you all to look at as well.
Okay, going back to my question in your first statement, you said the board supported by a letter and allocating $5,000. Where's any record that the board supported it and allocated any money at all? Are you talking about the 1-minute discussion at the February 20, at the second meeting in February?
Yeah, February 22nd.
Okay, and you're talking, the letter you're talking about is the letter that the town administrator signed, not the board?
On behalf of the board.
Okay.
The board authorized me to.
Okay, I went back and looked at that 1-minute section of that February meeting. There was absolutely 0 board discussion, none. It was 1 minute of the town administrator explaining to the board that unless anybody objected, she wished to send a letter in support of the grant application.
That is how the previous board operated. As long as I made them aware, and if there was a financial contribution, I'd make them aware of it, and that's how the previous board operated.
I'm asking the questions. I have the floor, excuse me.
Excuse me, I'm running the meeting.
Okay.
Trustee Datty, would you like to add something?
Well, I just wanted to respond that on behalf of the previous board of trustees, we had, one of our biggest priorities was housing as outlined in the comp plan. So that might give you some reasoning there.
Go
Can I
ahead, please.
continue with my questions? I looked at the video of that meeting. And you told the board, first, this is just the feasibility study. And secondly, I don't believe this will create any financial needs. There was no discussion of $5,000, no mention of $5,000, much less board discussion and voting.
Where did you find it?
Well, Andrews.
Unless I missed something. And that's there, it literally was 1 minute of, I'm gonna send a letter in support of just the feasibility study. So where did the $5,000 come from?
Interesting.
Trustee Williams.
We would not have been concerned about $5,000 because that was under the purview of the administrator to spend up to $5,000. We were fully supportive of, it did not need more than 1 minute of conversation. The board was unanimously supportive of it.
Are we in discussion now? Because I've got some discussion, but I'm still asking questions.
And I'll go back and look. It wasn't in the letter, but now we'll have to go back and look. It was likely in the grant that was attached to the file at that meeting. But I can verify that in the future. The application itself would have had our match.
Now, your representation to the board, and which Mayor Ruggan has repeated several times already, is this is just a feasibility study. But your letter, which was not actually in front of the board, you just asked the board for if anybody objected to you sending a letter. You didn't give them the content. Says this initiative seeks to establish a multi-jurisdictional housing authority and implement fast-track policies to boost affordable housing development. That's not just a feasibility study, is it?
Excuse me, are we discussing the feasibility study or a housing coordinator resolution?
I'm discussing
Am
the
I
cover
on trial?
memo.
My gosh.
what I'm discussing and very concerned about is whether the town staff misinformed the prior board of what it was doing with respect to this and whether.
I think
No,
you should ask them.
I
if they felt it was
do not think so.
misrepresented.
I do not think so.
Okay,
I,
Nor does it relate
well,
to this
it does.
particular.
Well, again, are we doing board discussion? Or are we doing questions? Because
well, we're doing questions if the questions are related to the resolution in front of us.
And this is
My
not
questions are based on the cover memo to this resolution. And my question, in the cover memo I also want to ask you about the part of the cover memo that says, this position, the housing coordinator position, will be integral in the planning, supporting, and implementation of a possible multi-jurisdictional housing authority.
Awesome.
So
Good question.
my question is, aren't these two things intimately connected? Won't that be a
It's
big
one
part?
of the functions we would have them liaison to. As, I mean, if you would like the full, I mean, the application is pretty thorough. We can certainly change it. It's not due until Friday. So if there's concerns about that, it's just saying, if that is found feasible, which the board was hoping it will be feasible. That was the impression I got from the board. So I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you're insinuating, but earlier in the meeting, I said, I guess we need to clarify what process you want me to follow under this board, because I have been doing as I was, what the last board wanted, which was if it's a significant, contribution from the town, I need to bring it to them. If it met but we already had our legislative policy set. This was my number one priority, was housing. And so I feel like, there's this distrust that staff are trying to pull something over on you. And I'm sorry, I don't know why you feel that way.
Well,
I did what I was instructed to do, or what I had permission to do.
you just talked a couple of times about what instructions from the board and what the board wanted. What communications took place from the board to the staff about this?
We've had lots of discussion about housing.
Not housing, about this grant?
This is what I did with them, is I put it in the admin report, and unless someone pulled it or did not agree, I had permission to do that.
And did you tell the board that $5,000 would be spent?
That was below her.
I don't even
spending
remember. I would have to, I mean, you're the one who just recently looked at the meeting, so I guess you know the answer to that already. I feel like you're trying to catch me in.
That was not a concern of the board at that.
No,
time.
I don't think it was.
The amount that was signed.
Not at all a concern.
But if I may,
Wait, Madam Chairman, Parliamentarian Dittman. The part of the meeting where it is questions for staff, and I'm being interrupted repeatedly by other board members giving their statements in support are we questioning staff? Or are we doing board discussion?
We're asking questions. We are not interrogating.
I'm asking questions and you can characterize it as whatever you want to, but I have the right to ask questions. I intend to ask them. That's the question. Included in this, included in the cost to the town of Lyons, $10,000 for a 3-year period. Are there other costs to the town of Lyons beyond the $10,000 for the grant, such as paying staff benefits, insurance, health benefits, expenses, equipment, that type of thing? Are those included within the grant funds, or is it just the salary?
As far as benefits go, yes, those have all been they're part of the calculus of that grant.
Is there anything that the town would pay that is not included in the grant funds?
Computer.
Yeah, computer, again, my time to administer the grant, but I would say that by having this position, the burden of housing from the planning department would be relaxed. I'm sure it doesn't all come out in the wash, but that, I will be likely. I mean, the choice is really whoever applies. We do not know if they're gonna work under the town of Nederland or if they're gonna work under the town of Lyons. We don't know which benefits and which payroll they will be on. It really depends on the applicant at this point. But it will be likely that since I'm a more experienced planner than Britt, my counterpart in Netherlands, that I will be more involved in the administration of that grant. And again, you have to make sure that every hour that this employee works through a DOLA grant is spent on housing. And that will be an incurred cost to the town. It's my time reviewing those timesheets. And, you know, walking through and helping that, you know, individual as best I can.
Madam Chair, I'm going to call for the question on this.
Calling for the question requires a second.
A second.
Attorney Dittman, can you advise?
Sorry, I hit camera into the mute. So if you call the question, it closes debate on the matter, requires a 2/3 vote to pass. If it does pass, then you must vote immediately on the resolution.
Question, can there be any discussion?
There can be no debate on the according to Robert's rules, there's no debate on the call of the question.
So the question's been called and there's been a second, so then I imagine that we are voting.
I can't see your movements, I'm sorry. It passes 5-2.
Thank you.
So does that mean I'm
No,
Supposed to-
we need to vote on the actual resolution. The debate has ended over the issues. And now it's a vote on the actual passage of the resolution, which requires a simple majority.
Okay, I'll call for the vote.
And that passes 5-2.
Thank you. All right. We'll move on to general business. We have no boards and commissions, discussion direction to staff on communications plan and policy. I want to reiterate that I thought that the plan that Director Mitchell presented to us was very well done. It was very thoughtful and thorough. And let me get my sheet out here. We had a robust discussion during the workshop about it. And I am going to try to characterize the discussion and you all tell me what you think. So moving forward with the town hall meetings, which have been scheduled. Moving forward essentially with everything suggested in the spreadsheet. And there were a couple of additional suggestions, including a rotating trustee column in the newspaper. And I'll look to other people to flesh out this list for me. A 3-question survey with maybe a giveaway.
I think the rotating also included staff, not just trustee members, but staff when they have appropriate things to be.
What I heard was keep the mayor's column going. And then we would come up with a schedule to rotate other topics, whether it be a trustee or a staff, depending on what's pertinent.
And I think also giving latitude to Director Mitchell to tweak the communications process as she learns more and then report back to us in August about how it's going.
She said 3 months, June.
Yep. Do you feel like there was enough discussion in the workshop for Director Mitchell to move forward?
I do. I think we had plenty of really great options or, suggestions by trustees of things we can do to make this better. We will complete the KPI and bring it back to you to see if those metrics seem reasonable. And I had a whole list of, follow-up items here. So how about if we try to fine tune this over the next, couple of weeks? And I can put it back in your packet again. Or if you want to, do you want to formally adopt the communication strategy and policy? Or is it just more of I mean, I'm not sure what format you want this in.
I don't think, it's a staffing question, right? It's a work plan. And so I would be curious to see what KPIs you land on, so maybe just include it as part of the administrator report.
Information, but please know at any time, if you have other ideas of a good way to, improve communications beyond what's listed here, please let us know. We're happy to try several things, and we'll use these next 3 months as a baseline.
Okay, great. So let's move on to the IGA appointment process. So for anyone listening who didn't hear the beginning of the meeting, because the board did not receive complete applications that included, uploaded documents, the board is going to delay making these appointments, although I hope to call a special meeting in the next week or so, because I feel like we need to get this going. I don't want to delay it unnecessarily, but we do need all the information to make decisions. So instead of making appointments tonight, we wanted to talk about the process for appointing people. As Trustee Browning brought up, hey, we haven't discussed that. How are we going to do it? I have a proposal that I'll make, and then happy to entertain other proposals. We'll see what we wind up with. My proposal is that, based on the location criteria outlined in the resolution, each trustee brings back to the meeting where we appoint a proposed slate of people they would like to see. So, your IGA task force dream team, as it were. And then we take a look at those collectively. Maybe there's a whiteboard involved. We can see who lands where. For example, there may be a person that we agree nearly unanimously we should appoint. That's easy for a particular area and category. Otherwise, we can have a discussion. Trustee Will?
I think that's a great idea, by the way. My only question revolves around there's 3 issues really. Is there a business owner among these 16?
None applied.
Okay, what do we do in that case?
Well, the resolution itself gives us some flexibility and latitude.
Okay,
But I would say we could decide that we want to appoint an additional non-business owner so that it's not an even number of folks.
okay,
But the way we wrote the resolution so that in the event that we didn't get the applications, we were anticipating we could make some changes.
okay. Along that same line, we said 3 renters, 3 homeowners. We have 2 renters.
Correct.
So I'm under no obligation to take both of those renters?
Well, they're both from south of Maine.
That's correct.
So we can substitute a property owner for a renter. We said 3. Okay, I got that. And the last thing is, why did we even bother putting the non-residents in there?
I'm just letting you know who
Yep.
applied.
Right.
Yeah,
So we can dismiss them.
that's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
So there's one piece of, I very much agree with that. There's one piece of information I'd like to know is a very clear line on what's north, what's east, and what's south.
And Trustee Browning brought that up as well,
Yeah.
saying, east of First Avenue is.
Yeah, there's,
So maybe the thing to do would be to, when we have the appointment discussion, actually bring a map of the town.
the quadrant?
Yeah. And draw lines on the map and agree as a board what. Because to me, north of Maine, south of Maine, that's pretty.
that one seems pretty clear. The others do not.
Where does Eagle
South and
Canyon
east do
fall?
not.
Eagle Canyon would be north of Maine.
North of Maine.
My issue with that is if you're asking us to come with a slate, we'll be coming with a slate without knowing where those lines are drawn. I would rather determine now where the lines are drawn or have the staff give us.
That's why we put it by neighborhood. I
Right.
think each neighborhood has a very different personality.
Yeah.
And if you wanted one from each neighborhood versus.
Well, the Stone Canyon East,
Yeah.
That's why I
Yeah.
didn't, I
East
put the
of-
neighborhood east of first.
Lion Valley Park. is-
South of Maine.
right?
Is that south or east?
But parts of it are
Parts
east
of
of.
it.
Parts of it would be, yeah, east, not south.
Is a quadrant map easily done?
No, we don't really have quadrants.
Okay.
Unless you want to
But
use
it's really
Second Avenue as your
three areas,
dividing
not
line,
four.
but there won't be much east of it.
Okay, we're not talking about west.
Oh, yeah.
No.
Well, Lions Valley Park, there are houses east of Second, right?
A few. But your applicants aren't necessarily.
From the
So, one other thing. Guess you guys could choose if you want to extend another week or not, if you want to try to recruit a business, no? Okay. So,
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah,
Is it
please.
possible to go through this spreadsheet and just define based on their address, whether they're south or north or east?
Well, it would, but the spreadsheet isn't up to date.
Okay.
So, I'm sorry, maybe we update the spreadsheet with the north-south for you guys and I can
Oh,
send that
that'd be
for your
great.
review. Would
Just
that help?
so add another column?
Yeah.
Yep.
you just want north or south, not the neighborhood?
Yeah,
Well,
Then you could
neighborhood
choose
and
all
maybe
five from one
north-south.
north neighborhood.
That's true.
But we did not specify that when we talked about it. We did not specify neighborhood. We specified north,
yeah.
So.
south, east.
So the resolution has pairs,
Yeah.
right? Renter and
Okay.
homeowner,
Yeah.
north of Main, south of Main. and
So
east.
staff update the spreadsheet.
Yep.
Send out the full applications
Mhm,
with all attachments.
mhm.
And
In one,
then
in one big
identify
file if you can.
north, south, east
Yeah.
only.
Yeah.
And what's east? Second?
What did we
We-
say? What did we
according
say?
to the resolution, the resolution has it east of First.
East of first, not a second.
Oh, yeah, it says east of First.
What if we just take all 14 applicants?
Well, and considering you agreed to be the board liaison.
Well, and the only reason I throw that out, I figured it would be well received. No, but these are 14 people that have volunteered to step forward and engage in the community. And so this will just encourage participation. So
We'd have to modify.
I agree with that, but what gives me concern or pause for concern is that of the 14, only 2 are renters, and I feel like that's a very.
Well, and for those of us who have tried to facilitate large group conversations, anything over 9 at the outside is really difficult, I think. Those of us who've been on boards.
Yeah, we need to get somewhere with this eventually. I thought about that too, but I think that we end up then mired, that group ends up mired and not being able to
Right.
make decisions.
fair enough.
Because what it is, it's not so much from just one neighborhood. It did
Yeah.
surprise me a little bit that it is relatively broad.
Which I'm happy to see.
I was very pleased to see that. There's only one Stone Canyon, but most of the other neighborhoods even had multiple.
And and I feel like we'll probably all have slightly different criteria for who we choose. So when we do have this discussion, I think that we should be prepared to discuss our criteria for our personal choices.
Defend our choices.
That's right.
Can I voice a concern?
Yes.
It is.
With the renter, okay, so we do have 2 renters from 2 different areas. I'm just concerned that we would only have one option for a renter.
And one is, I mean, they both would qualify as south and east.
They do?
Under the circumstances, yeah.
Okay, so we could say that Carter Drive is east of First.
Mhm.
Yeah, the most east would be the resident of the new homes.
That's not east of First.
So then you're saying that your additional renter spot will be filled by a homeowner and your business spot will be a homeowner. We're all in agreement with that?
So that means we'd have 5 homeowners and 1 or 2 renters. I want to be clear on these renters as to whether they're the same zone or not.
Well, and Attorney Dittman, correct me if I'm wrong, but the way the resolution is written, the makeup of this task force, the resolution is a guideline,
Right,
and the board can decide
okay,
what the final makeup should be.
okay.
And
Yeah,
we did that. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I apologize. I thought you were done. So yeah, I agree that we did it with that concern in mind that we may not be able to find people from all the different zones or the right makeup. And so we very much intended it for it to be a guideline, guiding principles, if you will, and the board make the final decision.
So maybe that's when we see the complete applications. Maybe that is part of the agenda for that meeting.
And we can attach a map as well.
Yeah, because I find it hard to even think about what the final makeup should be without having a complete picture of the applicants.
Let me play devil's advocate here for a minute. Since we're gonna be speaking in an open session about the qualifications of various people, I'm sure there'll be a lot of banter and debate back and forth. Would it be appropriate to do this in exec session?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I'll leave it up to Brandon, but I would absolutely not want to do
I'm
that.
not sure about women here.
No. Brandon?
There's also not a legal basis to do an executive session. And so, we're not hiring an employee, right? And even then you couldn't do an executive session. It's not existing personnel matter. And so there's no legal basis to have this executive session.
Yeah, and when I think about criteria, I think about things like, does this person have experience making decisions with groups? And I'm just pulling these out of the hat, but nothing, nothing of a personal nature, more of a professional experience nature.
Could I suggest, it sounds like this could be kind of a lengthy item.
Yeah.
Could we potentially have your discussion in a workshop and then at the meeting take formal action on an appointee?
We could, but if this is gonna be a special meeting, which is what we discussed.
Oh, special, I forgot.
Yeah.
We're looking at May 30th?
Yeah, if that's, but we haven't sent.
Did you get it?
I did not.
No, we were gonna wait until after tonight to send out, wait until the board agreed
So
that
it's a
the meeting was
special
good.
meeting. Well, the thing is, if it's a meeting, we can take notes on all your discussion. If we call it a workshop and then have a meeting and take action, all that doesn't have to be quite as specific.
Good point. Like a workshop followed by a meeting then.
Yeah, followed immediately by.
But both of them recorded and.
Yeah, they'll be recorded,
And
podcast and all that stuff.
But just, you don't have to make a motion for every discussion.
Yeah, okay, all right. Okay, so is everybody okay with the idea of bringing their list of people they would like to appoint to the meeting?
Yes,
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, that's what we'll do.
We're gonna bring it to the meeting or submit it. I mean, I won't physically be here. I don't know if I'll be, excuse me. I don't know if I'll be zooming into that one.
Well, you
Submit
can,
it in advance or bring it to the meeting or.
well, I was thinking bring it to the meeting, but if you're not gonna be there, I think it's totally. Or if you don't know whether you'll be there, I think it's totally acceptable for you to send them in. And of course, you won't be voting if you're not there, but we can take your submission into consideration.
That is something else. We could ask Attorney Detman, could people submit to the clerk ahead of time so we could tabulate and save some time so that if 6 of you all have the same person, we won't share it, so it's not a serial meeting.
Right.
But staff could at least tabulate
And then present. at
and
the
then
workshop.
present those results. And then that's also saving a lot of individual discussion on a person.
That's
I think that's a good idea. Attorney Dittman?
I think you could do that only if the final decision on the final makeup is not made until during the
Yeah.
meeting.
No,
No, we would just bring the tabulated, kind of like an election and then at the, you know.
That way it's
line
the
out.
data point.
that would be background, that would just be background information. So I would expect that tabulated information to go out with whatever packet goes out for that. Yeah,
Yeah, for the posting, you mean?
yeah.
Yeah. And that would give you time to at least, if you already have, you know, 3 or 4 people in mind that the majority of you want. That will save quite a bit of time.
Yeah.
Trying to tabulate during a workshop.
Thank you, that's a great idea. All right, anything else on that item?
Oh, one more thing. I think the resolution had the cutoff date for the task force. It needs to be extended, I think.
Oh,
I have to call up the wording about, I noticed that in reading through it, I believe,
Yeah, we can restore that.
yeah. I don't know if we need to do a separate resolution extending that or what, but I think it.
Let me pull up the
Yeah, I don't
resolution
think-
quick.
Yeah, that's what I was
Oh, yeah, it's F,
looking for.
section 2F.
Yeah.
What's the date?
It doesn't give a date. It says no longer than 3 months from the effective date of this resolution, which was April 1st.
So
Well, let's, so obviously it's gonna have to be extended. Why don't we wait and see, until the task force is appointed? And maybe has a meeting or two and see how long they think they'll need. And so we only have to extend it once.
Yeah.
All right. All right, next up, discussion direction on US 36 Broadway project funding. For those who missed that workshop and are watching late at night here tonight, we got the pleasant news that the Broadway project came in considerably under budget. To the tune of about $178,000. And so the board had a discussion about, what to do with the overage. And it sounded to me like the majority of the board was in favor of, handing it back to the flood set aside fund.
Note that it's actually 128, though, not.
Thank you, thank you. I forgot about that $50,000, 128. So handing that back to the, one of the funds from whence it came. Is that the desire of the board?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay,
or whatever that final amount is. I don't,
whatever the
yeah,
final amount.
not, yeah, I don't have to bring it back if it's not 128.
No.
If it's 135, we want it to go.
Okay, if it's 400, I think we want to hear about it.
Okay, if it's over 150,
Yes,
we will.
if it's over
I
150.
think anything that would take the flood reserve over $1 million, we'd want to hear about.
Yeah.
We want to pop the champagne corks. Okay, so the final item is a letter of support endorsing me to apply to the executive board of the Colorado Municipal League with the election to be held in June.
Which I believe, given our experience with you over the last 2 years, those of us who served on the board over the last 2 years, we are 1,000%.
Yeah. And if I may add something, I think there's a lot to be said. What I really appreciate with your position is you're not just, I mean, you are the mayor of Lyons, but you take that outside of Lyons. I see you going to Denver for Dr. Cog meetings. I see you going to Boulder for Association of Cities. And I see you giving voice over and over again to small rural towns like ours. And so I feel like if that can, if, you know, being part of that executive board where you can have a say at, you know, state legislature, for example, I think that's giving a voice to small towns like ours. And I really appreciate you taking the time to do that.
Thank you. Yeah, I figure if the state legislature won't listen to me as Holly Rogan Mayor of Lyons, perhaps they'll listen harder. if
I
I'm on
think
the
they
CML
listen to
executive.
Sandra. Mhm.
Yeah. Great, well, thank you. I guess we'll be signing it. Thank you very much. And then, if you're going to CML, vote for me. I'm signing myself up for another campaign. What I'm
You
doing.
have to campaign for this?
Yes.
Now, your buttons.
Do you want a button? Okay.
I can't remember this campaign.
All right, so we decided to send critical trustee reports to administrative.
Just say one thing as a one, no, not one, sure.
No, you could give a critical now, I would think.
Well,
It's
I
just
was a really
I-
fun
your
fact.
full report.
It was, I will not, I just, one thing that I got really excited about on Friday, I watched the whole setup and I tried to participate as much as I could, was the new market at Moxie every other Friday afternoon with like 10 vendors. It's so exciting. I've been waiting and waiting for a farmer's market at Lyons. Right there in the parking lot. It's like perfect space for it. And everybody was set up by 12 o'clock and there were tons of people milling around. And it was just really cool to see that happening in Lyons. Sorry, thank you, that's all.
Thank you.
I want to end on a fun fact.
Well, and the live cam for the library chick cam. So the chick should be hatching over the next day or so.
Okay, that's fine.
Lyons Regional Library website has a live cam looking at the eggs.
And when
and
is the
incubating.
August?
When is the hatching this weekend? Can we have a summary of action items, please?
There, I had one.
Yes, please.
You said to remind you, it's really just a kind of a date clarification or scheduling clarification. I had two prior trustee agenda request pending. One is the addendum to the housing futures plan that we talked about will be on June 17th. And then there was another one that's proposed amendment to the 5-acre rule. That I believe the idea was that PCDC was going to talk about that.
We're having a joint workshop with the PCDC to talk about their work
Okay.
plan, and that's on the, remind me, 17th of June.
Our agendas are getting full all the way out to August.
Yeah, they're having to delay the
I
river
think
event,
we have-
push everything out.
1 second, June. No, it's June 3rd. Planning Commission has asked to meet with the board.
And you are in Slovakia,
Looking like
but
that.
we'll bring that.
Planning to zoom into that meeting. I wasn't planning on zooming into the
Well,
workshop.
you don't have to, you can, we'll bring it to the
Okay.
PCDC,
All right.
and that has not been forgotten.
Okay. And so for that to come back to the board after the PCDC has input, we could.
This is just, yeah, they want to share their work plan and get kind of confirmation from the Board of Trustees. They're working on what you want them to.
And so we'll talk about adding that to their work plan.
Okay.
So they have it for June 3rd. If we want to move it to June 17th, we probably could. The workshop on the 17th right now are a couple other items you'd ask for: legislative policy and remote meeting policy. So we could swap those, but then you won't be here for that discussion.
Well, I'll be here for the 17th.
No, if we put those on the 3rd and move PCDC to the 17th.
What I was wondering is whenever, if the PCDC is going to discuss that as part of the joint workshop on June the 3rd.
Uh-huh,
And if they,
you're fine with that.
then.
They'll bring it back.
Then for the board to consider the actual amendment would be sometime after that, the 17th or the first meeting in July or something like that. And I'm
Okay.
not clear. So would that be?
There's some other things that are kind of running concurrently that may be agenda items, so I just ask for some flexibility, but just know that we're not,
Anyway, I just request if possible, if the PCDC's been heard on that, if we could set that item either on the 17th or first meeting of July.
So we'll do confirmation of the planning commission work plan. Maybe we'll do that on the 17th.
No, I don't think we need to. I think we can leave it the way it is and we'll just move it forward.
I just have.
Yeah.
Did we decide on a date for our special meeting regarding priorities?
Sure.
We were talking about that earlier today, the board priority.
Dolores has some dates she was gonna send out
Okay.
to see if they would
Yeah,
work.
I'll send that out
Okay,
first thing
great.
in the morning.
Great.
Yeah. I've not forgotten that. Okay, anyone else have anything before summary of action items? All right, summary of action items,
I
please.
think, Miss Trustee Lowe, you said you're an agenda item. Did you earlier hear us say that the newspaper stands that are not utilized will be removed this week?
Yeah, but you said you were gonna take care of that, talk to staff about.
We did. They're gonna take care of it this week. They're gonna take, 2 are gonna stay. The Denver Post and Longmont Times are used. The others will be removed.
Way to make a difference, trustee.
No, the point is, and again, I'll credit to my wife for this, when we walked by them the other day. She said they repurpose those as the community libraries.
Yeah, they do. Or they make them art boxes and people leave art that you can take.
Either one is fine. I mean,
Well, apparently now they're being removed.
well, no, I know, but I
that's
mean, we could repurpose them somehow if somebody wanted to,
We can ask the Arts and Humanities Commission.
there you go.
They would love that.
We can paint them like giant frogs.
They would love to take that.
Oh, my
Sure.
Okay.
All right.
I'll store them.
If you think of an, if
For a
you think
little
of an
while.
agenda,
We don't
item,
have a-
email it to me. All right, summary of action items, please.
Okay. Let's see, summary of action items. Number one, I have, steps to see if Lions volunteers can do any of the mitigation for the Martin parcel under the guidance of Lions Fire. Cassie is to evaluate the sales tax trends for the board. Tamburello and his Main Street property, the board would like an update on a future agenda. Ordinance 1159 passed on second reading. Ordinance 1160 passed on second reading. Ordinance 1161 passed to second reading in a public hearing. Ordinance 1162 also passed to a second reading in public hearing with more information on utility costs for connections. A future agenda item to rezone the newly deeded Lions Valley Park lots. Next, I have the communications plan is to include and move forward with the town hall meetings, all of the spreadsheet items that include a 3-question survey with a giveaway, a track click-through rates, update the website, send out quarterly town hall schedule to the Board of Trustees. Text notifications should be auto-enrolled with an opt-out option. The annual report is to transition to staff. Schedule a time for Sandstone concert series that includes updates with the communications plan, maybe a QR code. Schedule to rotate the monthly newspaper articles among staff with the mayor continuing her monthly column. And then Kim is to provide a communications update sometime in August after she gets this up and running. Poll the board on special meeting workshop availability for the IGA task force appointment. We are also to provide a map for the IGA appointments to the board with an updated spreadsheet with an additional column identifying north, south, west, and east, along with the full apps with attachments this time. The board is to bring a list of their top applicants. They can submit their trustee selections to the clerk, who will compile a spreadsheet and distribute in the packet. Board consensus is to reallocate the excess Broadway funds to the original funding sources. There was a caveat, anything over 150,000.
Be brought back to the board.
Okay. Then I have, the board supports Mayor Rogan in her bid for the CML board, and we're to submit a letter of support. Send out a potential date for goals and priorities to the board tomorrow for a special meeting.
Special meeting, 2 separate ones.
Yeah, so it was the IGA task force and then the goals and priorities, so they're 2 separate ones.
Yeah.
And then we're to ask the LAHC if they have any interest in the newspaper boxes.
The only other thing I had was your item was to put on a future agenda, the zoning of those parcels. But it's not like a June or July thing that has to happen.
Yeah, that's something.
There is one thing, that the additional articles for the newspaper would be staff and board.
Yeah. And I have that on my notes.
Thank you.
Now, I had Tamburello
And Main Street update on future agenda.
or
And then researching the nuisance aspect of that.
in research.
Yeah.
But again, that's not necessarily, well, do we need that June 3rd or 17th?
I mean, if we don't, then the summer is gonna get away from us.
I know. Well, am I to ask if he's available either of those dates?
Why don't you ask if he's available? In the meantime, maybe Attorney Dittman can do the research on the
Okay.
nuisance ordinance.
Could he be remote?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Attorney Dittman?
Yeah, just on my action items, I already sent back the amended PUD ordinance and the resolution for the deed resolution. The one thing I do have, I still need to do is come up with suggested language for substantially adverse and significant. And also look at, potential language for incorporating some of those notice provisions into the PUD ordinance. So I can come back with suggestions for that on second reading.
And I think, did Andrew mention that Telluride had those objectives?
I did. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at is at Tellurides. They are the only ones I saw that had a very kind of definitive cutting off point. So
Okay. Great. Anything else?
The only other kind of question I have, and I can talk to the attorney on this side, are the 2 items brought up by Mr. Chatfield, the water rights and this affidavit of corporate authority, just to confirm if the attorney feels we need to pursue either of those.
Yeah.
The point that Keith made was that these have the potential, if they're proven from the 1986 and 87 SIA, if they're proven to have be properly transferred to the town, they got significant value, especially for our parks, because we're talking the meadow ditch, the one that's currently used to water the fields by the high school. And then there's another one he mentioned called the Style Ditch. I have no idea what.
Recent style stitch.
Yeah,
It runs, that's the one that used to run through the middle of the dog park in the 10 acres behind it, but it was closed.
Well, so maybe the attorney should look into
I just want to make sure,
I
because
think he looked
I
at
had
it.
never heard of that corporate authority affidavit, so I didn't know if we need checking.
It's a
So
legal
that-
matter.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So I have those for me to follow up, just so I understand it.
okay. All right, then, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Okay,
Motion passes unanimously.
thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night, travel safe.